There we go. I was having some issues with my camera, but we're back. Welcome in, everyone. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day so far. Let's turn on a couple of the pieces here. We should be good to go. Welcome you guys. I see Husky. Hopefully you're having a great morning. Butter My Biscuits, Ziggerzank, Calibrex, the Rawfist, the Edamame, Second City Wolverine, Schwaks, Pilt, Chip Lover, Mighty Mo, Drunken King, the Rock Fist. Welcome in, you guys. Did we hit our mark? Hit our mark. Our sub goal? Because if so, yeah, we smashed it out of the park. It was just absolute, so much positivity. And then Kino, I don't think I mentioned you. And then Alex C and D. Double, welcome in. Pablor, good morning. Lovely to see you. Lovely to see me, as you predicted. No one. We're gonna lose our first match. Welcome in, Husky. Hopefully you're having a great morning. Good day to you too, sir. Welcome in, you guys. And so we've already ran our first set of ads. I have a couple of different decks that I was toying with over the last few days. Let's see. I've actually been really enjoying Scream decks a lot more than I was whenever it first came out. And so not this one. I was using this one for a mission. This one. I'm going to be running a little bit of this one today. Over the weekend, I kind of shifted between a Scream deck, a Clutter deck, a Scream Clutter deck, and then a War Machine deck. Was kind of what I went through as I was playing passively over the weekend. But the Scream deck, I've been finding that I've been really, really enjoying. And so that's the one I'm going to open up with today. If it's losing, then I'll pivot. But as far as the deck list, Scream Clutter, yeah, I went on a crazy like 12-in-1 Scream Clutter list run and climbed like 100 ranks, and then didn't want to test my luck anymore. Your chat likes you too much, and I want channel points. I got you, Husky. I don't take it personally. He said not much hype for Scorn unless unless their deck is good. True. I'm very tempted to try to use Scorn in a very greedy Gambit deck that looks to destroy the opponent's cards. We discard Scorn on our end and then buff up our cards. I think could be pretty good. Is your 2 week done? Technically the 18th, but my wife went out of town this morning. She flew out this morning to Florida, and so I'm not sure that I'm gonna continue to go in because I have to get my son ready for school in the morning. I have to get my daughter off to daycare, and I'm just not sure that I can juggle all of them.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then the Rock Fist. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Hopefully you're having a great one. He said the Spotlight week is trash. Why is Jean Grey in another one? Yes, I'm finally going to be able to get Shaw. And then Carne said, I forgot my Prime sub expired. Here you go. Thank you so much, Carne. Scorn and Swarm and Misery. Ooh, Misery could be an interesting idea with it. I was thinking more along the lines of like the Greedy Wong Mystique stuff. But I think Misery probably would be more consistent. And then on the YouTube side, 2Place. Happy to catch you on Canadian Thanksgiving. Hopefully, if you're in Canada, hopefully you're having a great Canadian Thanksgiving. We're going to go ahead and jump in with not this one. We're going to jump in with a little bit of regular Scream. Because now that she isn't the focus, I feel like I've been having more success with her. Swordmaster hits Scorn pretty consistently too. That's true. And to be able to get a decent value, all you have to do is be able to discard it like a couple of times. I'm also wondering if it'll be good in like a DAC and discard. And so we'll see. There's a few decks that I want to test out tomorrow. All right, let's go ahead and throw down Kingpin. And getting either Scream or Craven is usually really, really good. So I think we throw Craven outside of the Kingpin lane. Typically, I don't like to stack them together because if Kingpin is down, if I'm facing a Kingpin, I usually try to stack into the Kingpin lane. Wong, Moon Knight, Gambit, Scorn, Misery. Yeah, that's kind of along the lines of what I'm thinking. You should leave and therefore lose. You still have plenty of time to get your money, Husky. I mean, we might. It is a Master Mold deck. Typically, from what I've found, the Master Mold stuff, even with Misery, they're disruptive, they're frustrating, but they just typically don't have a big high end. Is War Machine worth getting? Right now, War Machine is really, really strong. Especially with the like Storm stuff. It can almost give you a guaranteed free at least one lane, even if you're not doing the Legion line. So I'd say yes. I enjoyed War Machine quite a bit. It may be on the chopping blocks. So turn 4, they could be going Misery. If so, if I'm them, I probably do it into the Master Mold lane. Not Misery, but Rock Slide. So we could potentially cap out mid. Beautiful. Take it. We just need one more. I think it's something like Miles, Vibranium. I'm gonna go ahead and throw a rock and Sentinel as well. I can't imagine not running Rogue right now, personally. Rogue and I think Super Scroll are really strong cards, but they're hard to tech in consistently. And so I understand why some people aren't running them as frequently. Do you ever take a gamble and just try to rip Ronin to the left and hope that they don't play anything else to the right? Hope that they go like Mystique and whatever. I think that's better than a potential Magneto. Lower power, but we're pretty much giving up this left lane. Fight for the right. 4, 6. That's a good play. Don't do it. I don't know if I can trust you, Husky. You're rooting against us. There's the Mystique, so it copies onto the Ronin. They're going to have a big left lane. Oh, but it's a tie in the right. Comes down to a tiebreaker. We lose by 13. We win by more than... No, it's a tie. Nobody wins. Fair enough. What now? I don't know. Do we just roll over to the next game? That's not very often. Us, the viewers, were winners. Yeah, it's not very often that you get a just outright tie. Prediction canceled. I am excited to be able to finally get Shaw. Cole Obsidian, I was in the spotlights and I skipped it because I didn't feel like I would use it that much. But Sebastian Shaw, I think I'll throw into quite a few decks. I don't know how that one ends up. Didn't win. I refunded everyone. Everybody's a winner. All right, next up we have Dinish. First location is Hella Time. I should switch to Hella? Is that what you're saying? I don't think I play Hella as well as you. Oh, against Dinish. That's right. He's the Hella player. The second Hella player besides Husky. And then Cap and welcome in. What collection level are you? I think it's around 27,000. Your untapped is off. Ooh, thank you. And I'm up in the corner. I think it's around 27,000. Let's do this. We always have Stegron to slap a card from here over. Craven? Unfortunate. That's a big Infinite as well. I don't really want to slap that one anywhere. I don't think we can beat the hella high roll without the clutter stuff. Nah, we'll give him the one. Gambit on Quantum? Yeah. Yeah, especially without us running those hard counters. It's just we can't really keep up with the power output potential that he would have. If we had the clutter stuff, we might have a chance being able to like full clutter a lane and then send out one of the high power cards in the other. There are dozens of us hella players. And so I wouldn't be surprised if there's still quite a bit, but it's just it's not like in the main spotlight anymore. Quantum Tunnel outskilled you? It sure did. The gambit into the Infinite was just too much to handle. It's amazing how with Helagon, how other decks are succeeding. Yeah, it's the double Fisk. That's why we snapped. They also have Aranya, so it looks like they were gonna at least try to run some kind of movement stuff. So I think we get a lot of benefit here, which is why we snapped into it. And then Eric, does TLSG read YouTube chat? I finally get to chat on one of his streams. Eric, I try to. I get a little bit behind on the YouTube chat because Twitch is definitely the primary focus, but I don't want to completely ignore YouTube either. Husky, so I ended up not being able to do the live every day in October. Are you still going strong? And then the hydrate reminder from Kino. You madman. With my wife going out of town, I took the kids all day on Saturday so that she could study, get caught up on like homework stuff. And then on Sunday it was spending time with her before she flew off this morning. So I ended up making a choice. I got Loki on one, which is a little bit unfun, but I have the Craven. You made the right choice. Yeah, adulting. I don't regret it. Because we're still able to go live during our normally scheduled time, just not the extra weekend stuff. Do the kids have their Halloween costumes picked out? We're still looking around a little bit. But for the most part, they have an idea of what they want to be. My daughter wants to be either a princess or Elsa. She doesn't really care which. And then my son recently got into One Piece. And by recently, I mean like probably 3 or 4 months ago, and he's watched every single episode already. And he wants to be Luffy. And so we're still looking at some kind of costume for him. Smart kid. I don't know why we played Silk into the screen. That's unfortunate. Oh well. So we can push out the 12. It brings them down to like 6. So Cannonball here wins whenever we eventually do. That's dedication. No kidding. Hyperfixation for sure. For sure. And with the change, Juggernaut's not going to actually reduce its power. Scream's not going to scale here, but hopefully that's fine. DDEJ, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. If you started watching 3 months ago, that's like 12 episodes per day. I want to say it's probably no more than 3, but maybe at max 4. Definitely not a whole lot. Okay, so I don't think Cannonball Right wins anymore. A lot of unfortunateness. Okay, over to the left. Oh, no, it's fine. We're fine. Is Misery worth it? I don't really care for Misery. I really like the idea of the card. I like what she provides, but a lot of times she ends up feeling clunky. Victory. Capping, you said I'm a One Piece fan? Oh, I need to turn off the Monopoly Go timer. That's so cool. Your son loves One Piece. Yeah, so we got him into it. Me and my wife watched the live action, and then we loaded up the anime and watched a handful of episodes. And during that time, my son came down and watched one. And he was like, it's all right. And then next thing we knew, he was on episode like 50. And so he like really leaned in. He really leaned into it. Let me turn off this timer real fast so it's not going to spam you guys with Monopoly Go. The Monopoly Go is still there, but it's today's stream is not directly sponsored by Monopoly Go. All right, this should be better. Jeff should buy him a Luffy costume. Yes, yeah. I want to get him one, but I also want to get him one that's a good one. Because I want him to be excited about it. And so we're looking around for a good one. Did they pay you in Monopoly money? I mean, I did get to board like 15. And so I think they gifted me with streamer luck. Misery is a neat luxury. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's one that... Like, it has a really cool, unreplaceable effect. But it's just kind of tough to use right now. It could be that eventually we find like a really good build and Misery is at the core of it. But for the most part, I think you're okay even if you don't have it. Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of Cosmo. And the biggest issue I have with Misery is that you have to kind of like, if you want the most impact from it, you usually stack your own reveals. And so then it's very transparent what you're trying to do. Like dogs beat Cosmo eats Misery for breakfast. Okay. I kind of want to snap into it because their Phoenix Force is already down. And then the hydrate reminder from AEO. I noticed it, picked it up, hydrated, but I forgot to call it out. Juggernaut loves Misery decks too. Very true. And kind of the Scream movement disrupt stuff. That's where I have the worst luck with rocks. Glad Silk can exist again. Yeah, without a whole lot of other people running Scream, it can exist in a decent way. But I still don't think it's like a great card because of the RNG piece of it makes it a little inconsistent. And Scata, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. I keep forgetting the Juggernaut, if we have priority, is not great because it's not going to proc the Scream or anything. Let's see if maybe we can cap out mid with the Korg. Nope, gonna be a Misery. Okay. So they resummon Spider Ham, right? With the Phoenix Force? And then destroy itself. So it's just really hammering home on that Polaris. T Greenathy, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. I still think the Scream nerf was unnecessary. Yeah. Stop hitting that pig. The Phoenix Force actually stays. I thought it would have gotten destroyed. I need to pay closer attention to the locations. I didn't even see Valley of the Hand. Lose this one, right? Because they typically will have like a Hawk. Usually their big payoff. Yeah, Valley of the Hand I wasn't paying close enough attention to. That's awful. No? Misery lose the targets when Phoenix Force resummons. Ooh, nice, Husky. And then 2Place on the YouTube side said Misery isn't worth spending the keys on, but I've been enjoying her since I got her. When she works, she can be pretty good, yeah.
Escaped.
Same interaction with Gladiator, trying to kill a Phoenix Force. So even if it's below it, doesn't destroy it. How's Scream feel? I like Scream. Now that people aren't expecting as much Scream, I feel like she has a little bit more room to kind of run free. It still kind of feels bad if you don't draw the Scream. You're still running a kind of a subpar deck. But with how many decks right now are super greedy on what and where they play their cards, I've been able to steal a few wins with this one. I also like a Scream version that runs Clutter, because Clutter kind of dropped off with the White Widow change, and so it's kind of back to where it can be a little bit of a surprise for the opponent that you're planning on cluttering them up when your initial setup looks like you're running just like a regular Scream deck. That's not great. I don't have any of our early stuff. Goliath is greater than Magneto. It can be. Magneto leans into the movement pieces. Goliath would lean into just being able to have like that big finisher. And so I think it kind of depends. Magneto has both hurt and helped me. So has Goliath. Had a good run with my Scream deck. From 7,000 down to 2,500. But mine's a bit more clutter based with Goblins and Kate. Yeah, so I had one that I was running yesterday that did really, really well. This one does decently, but it definitely has some potential deficits. So this was my Scream clutter, which I think probably sounds closer to what you dropped that many ranks with, Boo. Yours may not have had White Widow. White Widow, I think, is just my niche choice. I enjoy the White Widow play now. Now that it's more of a surprise and like power impact to throw in the last turn, I've been getting a kick out of it. And then Second City with the... Ooh, I missed the ads. Boosty, TLSG, question about the Monopoly Go promotion. How far can I progress before it stops benefiting you? So it goes all the way up to board like... Board like 70 or 80. Something like ridiculous. For the time investment, it's probably closer to just like, honestly, board 7. After that, the like payoff per the effort that you have to put in probably plateaus. And then Angel, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a good one so far. We could Polaris pull over. We could try to double cap it. If they played a card here, it'd be full stuck in this left. But I'm not sure that they do that. I'm going to give it a shot, but I think they probably play Invalidate the Hand if they play. And then Winch, how about Kate Bishop instead of Silk? Yeah, Kate Bishop can be good, especially in like win setup in a certain way. The War Machine is a bit scary. I'm going to use the grapple arrow into Scream. I'm going to pull her over. That way Miles stays at a 1 cost next turn. We can use that plus Cannonball or Arrow. Ball mid into prey. We could have done ball mid into prey. The Shuri is scary. Ebony Maw. Interesting. Yeah, no, I think with like a potential Infinite, I don't think we beat how big this can go. Whew.
Escaped.
Bushi said that's cool. I'm only playing in my downtime. Just wanted to know. Yeah. No, it's not for nothing. If depending on how far you get, but like the checkpoints definitely get a lot further apart after board number 7. How are you using Widow? Well, I'm using it by. No, I'm not gonna be snarky. I like Widow. She's much more of a either mind game card where you can use her being on the board to kind of better feel out where your opponent's going to be playing their cards. Or you can use it as like a last turn play. As a last turn play, it ends up getting a pretty decent bump as well. So like in Thunderbolt's Tower, they're typically not going to fill that up before turn 5, and so they're just kind of going to be stuck with it until later in the game. She's also not horrible in Valley of the Hand, true. Or there's some tough to fill locations that she still does really well in. Scotty, you said you're ranked 204. Yeah, I went down as low as like I think 160 over the weekend, experimenting with different cards. All right, since Great Web is gonna fill up anyways, I guess we could have played it anywhere else and tried to have them pull it over. Never mind. Such a Shame was a great card. See, and somebody said something that I thought made a lot of sense. I don't think it was necessarily just a great card. I think it was one of the best 1-drops best 2-drops in the game. Just from a standpoint of like how much consistency and power and flexibility it had. And so I think it's probably fine that it got brought down a touch.
Hey, I found a rook.
So if they get unfortunate with this pull, they'll be capped out in the right lane. Decently sized Cassandra Nova. Okay, we are good in the right lane. Red Guardian, Cassandra, could be maybe Surfer. Go ahead and do these two. I'm going to save Titania for the last turn play. I don't know how I've climbed as high as I have. I was in the 50s before bed last night, now down to 88. Like post-infinite, right? And so it could be that just there were several people that were close in like snap points and shifted, but that's still a pretty big jump. Do the Stegron. We could do Arrow, but I'm not sure that we want to really maneuver the Ajax around. SC24.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
StarCraft 24 ever? StarCraft 2 forever. I got there in the end. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support that pushes us up to 2 for the day. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. We could also do something like this and hope that one of these pulled over. But they could have... I'm just absolutely massacring this. So we got rid of their Widow's Bite for them. Oh, I should have played a card into mid. Maybe the Titanium mid was the play? Oh yeah, we definitely lose without having a card mid. Does Widow's Kiss get destroyed before Titania jumps? There's some interaction where I think if Titania is on their side, you can use the Widow's Kiss to fill up that last space, and then Titania comes back, or something kind of obscure. And then the Rock. You said any tips for reaching Infinite? I feel like I always get matched with direct counters to any of the decks once I reach Galactic. Like there can be some pretty interesting like matchups. But my biggest advice is finding a deck that you enjoy, that you can run for like even through droughts and still enjoy, because that makes the climb feel much less like a grind, and so you're much less likely to focus on those bad matchups that you get. So like if you really enjoy Silver Surfer, get the best Silver Surfer you can, and then just rock that. I think is probably the thing that makes it feel the least grindy for me. So with Agent Venom, Warrior Fall is actually not a great location for him. Because most of their cards will cap out around 4. Did you say Surfer? Someone playing my music? I mean, Surfer is a super popular one. And so if that's what you enjoy, definitely I always recommend that you rock what you enjoy. So if we can get them capped out in Throne Room, we might be okay. Wow. Not great. Don't worry about the Green Goblin. But at least Hood does go over there. I guess we'll go Stegron and see if we can hit maybe the Beast. And we're going to be able to, I guess, or do we rather do like this? It caps out mid, but maybe it protects us from a Green Goblin there. I got inked with White Crackle Silver Surfer. It's a good one. I feel bad running a clutter deck without Debris because I have the Gold Crackle, Gold Kirby, Gold background card. Big Gwynpool. Ooh, no Goblin. I can see the future, and players always pulls Hood. I mean, that was that was the only card that it was available to pull. The last card they played was Gwynpool. I'm sure that they play a card over here. They have priority. I guess if they play something more than 7 mid, we're in trouble. They did have Gwynpool come down, so 4, 5, 6. They would need to get hit twice. Lo, you said you're hyped for Scorn. I'm hyped for every new card that comes out. Lo, I'm so glad that you're excited for Scorn. I'm tentative. I'm tentative about it. I don't know that it's going to really improve like classic discards, so like Dracula, Apocalypse. But I think it maybe brings up the like Dakin stuff a little bit. And then maybe within that Dakin stuff, there's room for like Swordmaster to do better. Maybe there's like the Wong combo. Just depends on if you can find a way to get those off consistently, if they're going to feel worthwhile or not. They just play Monkey mid. Yeah. Yeah, I think they always play Monkey mid. You're right. Monkey left. I guess Monkey left did it too. A Shadow Boxer said, do you think there could be a Scorn deck without Proxima? I think so. I don't know that Proxima is going to be like for in it. It just kind of depends on how the rest of what shell Scorn finds itself in. It also brings back the old Chavez Apocalypse dynamic. Scorn does. How so? And then pulls Glazer. Hey, Mr. Big Time, how's it going? It's going well. Well, it's going. So it's now just me. My wife went to Florida for, they booked her until the 31st. And so it may just be me with the kids until the 31st. And so I'm good right now. You may check back in like a week or so. You'll have to play Big Scorn to play on 6. Gotcha. Like you'll have to play that one out. True, but then you're also drawing something else, and so you're gonna have to make sure that it's below 6 cost, which I guess is probably fine. I really would love more defensive decks. That's my style. I'm hoping Scorn adds an element of defensive ability. Something with Gambit I think could be good. The issue, I really enjoy like control heavy or like defensive style decks as well. But the problem with defensive decks in this game is your tech cards aren't always valuable. And so stacking a deck full of like those tech choices or those defensive choices can sometimes end up being... It can sometimes end up being like not the right play to do. Like it ends up sometimes just fizzling out and you don't get much power on the board. So it's a lot more consistent to just do the big power things rather than hope that your opponent does and you get the counter to them. And so I think for this one, it's definitely a tricky thing to have all of the defensive plays in place.
Oh, snap.
Thing scored alongside Misery. Women, the discard destroy hybrid. It might, if it's built well enough. But a lot of the destroy slash discard cards like X23, like Wolverine, aren't usually big enough. They're not usually big enough to warrant focusing on being able to discard the Wolverine one time. Arrow. Yeah, we can move the Wong. I'm just worried about next turn, unless we draw, like, Cannonball, would be really the only... I guess we have 2 turns to be able to do it. And so we're going to rip the Wong away. We're going to push it into the Wong direction. And we can always... We have priority, so we could always do something like... I guess we don't have to double drop, do we? We just do a single Titania. They play 1 card, it pulls their way. Then we can also do something like Miles. Because nothing's going to move this turn. Towards White Widow to make sure that they can't play more than 1 card left. Go ahead and do that. And then if they don't play here this turn, if they play something like over here, they'll only be able to play 1 card, even though that the Widow's Kiss will get destroyed. It'll be fine. What do you think of the new White Widow? I enjoyed Duplessis. I thought I was going to hate the new White Widow, but I actually enjoyed it a little bit. After grinding out the weekend missions, Misery is what I've taken to calling her. That's a fitting name. All right, so they did play here, so our Widow's Kiss did get destroyed immediately, but they can't really do much else. We have Big Stegron, pull Titania back, then Demon. We lose left. I don't think they're going to be able to compete for the other 2, unless they have just maybe a rogue Killmonger. Maybe. Wait, there's. They could also run a 1 out of 3 Arnim Zola. Oh, no. Okay, I don't know. I don't know why they stay. But why? Why did they stay is the question. Like, maybe a 1 out of 3... No, even the 1 out of 3 Arnim Zola, they would have lost the remaining lane. I don't know. And then Durg with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. Excited for when Toxin comes out? I'm excited and nervous for Toxin. Because I feel like Bounce is already in a really, really good spot. Toxin could just push it over the edge. And then RB Hollow, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. So next up we have Butt. We won't be able to retreat with Mount Vesuvius after turn 5, so depending on how we set up, I think it's time to run Killmongers for Bounce. Yeah, Killmonger has come back, or did at least for a little bit come back, but then Bounce kind of died off in popularity a little bit, and then Killmonger backed off as well. It's gonna be interesting. Yeah, anytime I go up against Butt, I always know that he's running some kind of really cohesive, pretty scary list. Sanctum Sanctorum's not great. Because, you know, our Cannonball, Stegron, I guess. Players. No, I meant Viper. I guess we could do Viper, and we're hoping for a Stegron. If we can Stegron slap the hood over into Sanctum Sanctorum, then we could win. White Widow still works in Clog? It can. It's no longer a full-on clutter tool. A lot of times it's more so just like a last turn like a last turn either power play, or sometimes even if it's not the power play, sometimes it's just to kind of dictate and guide the opponent where they should play their cards. And with that, you have a lot of flexibility in how you can run yours. So probably one of the few people someone's scared of in the game. Yeah, he always runs. I never know what he's going to be running, and I think that's the scary bit. So if we're going to retreat, it'll be by next turn. Otherwise, we're fully committed. We're fully in. Let's just do Scream Demon for now. So the odds of us getting Stegron are low. One more time, or one more turn, and we probably don't keep priority. Yeah, we're gonna bail before. We're gonna bail before we get absolutely obliterated here. I wish to get Scorn with 1 key. I badly need keys for Toxin. Hopefully it's a 1-tap for you. I'm pushing all of my 1-tap luck your direction. Did I feel like I trust snaps before turn 5 on Dugius less? I think that early, you're encouraged to snap earlier if you think they're going to retreat on 5 anyways. So if you feel like you have a pretty good one, I don't know. I don't know that I don't trust them. Snap into Camartage is worrisome. Definitely worrisome. Unfortunate Silver Sable target. We now have the 3-cost Hobgoblin. Wait, they didn't Master Mold on Martage. for the help Sable. Exactly. Then them 2 goblins left. That's a good idea, Prominence. I think we'll probably follow that advice. Hi TLSG, how's the deck doing versus Hella? Get molded. We sure did get molded. I have only ran into 1 Hella, but this deck does okay against it. If you're going against Hella with a clutter deck, your primary focus is to fully cap one of their lanes so that you can then kind of control the other. Silver Sable, Master Mold, ooh, Rock Slide, and is it a Misery as well? Probably not onto the Silver Sable. Maybe. But you said good game, Teal Shamo and Phoenix for shenanigans. I knew it was going to be a scary match as soon as we matched into you, but good game as always. I think I go... It's like Sentinel. Next turn we have like a Scream line. We could also potentially get like an arrow for one of their cards away. So maybe we set up the Scream now. My last question on this deck is who can I add instead of Cannonball? Cannonball in this version, some versions end up... Some versions end up being... Like Cannonball can be replaced. In this one, I'm not sure that he can. Because he feeds into like both of the kind of archetypes or paths that you're going in the Disrupt movement and the Clutter. So I'm not sure that there's a great Cannonball replacement in this one. So we can yank the Symbiote Spider-Man outside of Baxter Building. There's not really another target lane I want to. I mean, we can arrow it out, but then we're pushing it onto like a Master Mold. We're pushing it onto a Silver Sable, which we don't want. I guess we'll still arrow it out. Make sure that they keep the -7 in Baxter Building. And so the worst of the evils, I think, is going to be probably Master Mold here. Yeah, because you get molded. I agree. But it is what it is. It gives us a cheap Miles. It gives us Titania that we can use next turn, along with maybe like a Sentinel. But even with the Hawk over here, we can't do anything. They go first. I don't think this... Why not left? It would hit Sable, and then whatever we drew would kind of be useless anyways. So it would give them more points of value, because it would double trigger on Sable again. She'd go up to 9, which is why I pulled it mid. But if they have a Ronin follow-up and they push it here, I think we're in for a... I missed the ads again. Sorry, guys. Hey, Cosmo should be fine, right? Big Cassandra Nova. But we're okay with the Cosmo. We'll take that one. It wasn't pretty. But we'll absolutely take the 4-cuber where we can. And since it is a quick ad break, I'm gonna step away for just a second and then be back in like 40 seconds. We'll take the 4 where we can. I'm a knight. I'm so sorry, knight. Good game as always. We're back, Tigrinity. Waiting to buy a doggo cam now that you're going full time. I mean, it would be the next logical step, but my dogs avoid me. They stay downstairs with my wife most of the time. But to be fair, she's gonna be gone for the next couple of weeks, and so maybe I can win them back. I have the door open so they can always kind of come in when they get lonely. We'll see. We'll see if they ever do. Maybe I bring one of their dog beds up. See if we can entice them. Gotta bribe them with snacks. Yeah, have like a nice dog bed. We have 3 giant dog beds because we have the 3 giant Great Pyrenees. 1 million point redemption. Treats for the doggos. You can never go wrong with treats for the doggos. We do get the hood, which is -5 now. We have Viper into it. Into the Silver Grandmaster. Paul is cooking something for sure. There's some Fluffo guys. They're huge. Or just let the dog steal your chair. They're what a beautiful hit. Both times the Sable triggered. One was Hood, which we're gonna send their way. The other is Green Goblin, which we're gonna send their way. My only concern right now is maybe Misery, because if we, stack these all together, Misery could destroy them and bring them back, which would be scary. Abel just keeps hitting goblins. Most def. Oh no. So if they have priority too. If they hit Grandmaster here, click on your GG. Oh, the Green Goblin? The Grandmaster into the Beast, which pulls in Sable and Hood. That's a beautiful play. I don't like it, but I respect it. So that leaves Beast here. We just slap one of the cards to the right with Stegron. Yeah, Prominence. There's no green in that goblin? That's very true. That is very true. It is the reddest of goblins. Zemo steals our Titania? Not gonna be great for him. So if we don't move anything, Miles goes up next turn, so we could always do like Scream, Miles. I guess we can hold the demon. That would leave room for an arrow / cannonball / demon next turn. Didn't expect Zemo. Yeah, I'm assuming it's a Misery deck. Just a really interesting Misery deck cook. How do you feel about the White Widow change? It is Misery? Wow. Big Thunderbolt's tower lane. The others didn't get destroyed, did they? Just the Beast. Huh. I feel like I would mess it up because I feel like the play line of that is really big brained, but really cool that if Beast is the first card, if Beast is the first card in that lane, that's what goes off and it doesn't destroy the others. I like it. I like it. I feel like it'd be kind of hard to use. Definitely want to lean into the Grandmaster stuff. And that probably gets even easier to initiate once we get Toxin. Because then you have both Toxin or Beast to be able to lean into that style of play. So Beast on 3 onto a couple of 1 costs. Play them both plus Misery on 4. Pretty cool. We're gonna get cooked by it, but it's but it's pretty cool nonetheless. What was our last card played? Misery? Imagine if they had things in the valley. That would have been cool too. So we're gonna send them back Titania. And Misery even came back in hand, which is super cool. So it's like a beast mill monstrosity. We're gonna lose right by 1, or mid by 1. Can full clog work without move stuff? I think it can. I think it probably still can. Like this idea a lot. I'm gonna grab a snippet of it. It's an interesting direction for a cook for sure. Sometimes Cannonball sinks shit. Yeah. Yeah, especially not in when you're not in like full clutter. Cannonball can sink you. I need to complete my Misery missions anyways. See what we can do. Like, I don't think there's anything like that on Untapped. Beast, Misery. We had the Cable. All right, so let's delete probably this one. Build out what we know, and then see what we can do from there. The Sable, and the Cable. Grandmaster Zemo. Do we think they run Yondu? Or I know that Yondu is probably the least like worst of the mill cards. Because it gives them better consistency, or the opponent better consistency on drawing what they need. Then we have Misery. Not looking like 86% win rate. I mean, it was over 13 games, but today it's not popping. Which I think is where kind of the interesting thing about our current meta, in that it kind of shifts pretty quickly. There's a lot of decks that are viable, depending on what you're going up against. And so it's kind of having a few at your arsenal kind of rotate through. But no, that definitely wasn't 86% win rate right now. To the Grandmaster bounce deck. KM Best tweeted a list. Let's see what KM said. Because I did see one on Untap, but it was not great. Like it was a negative win rate. How long ago was it that he tweeted one out? I see a Grandmaster list, but not a Grandmaster Misery. Yeah. It was just a Grandmaster list in general. So I put in Yondu, Magic, Killmonger, Gladiator, Null. I don't think that's the direction they were going, though. Seeing what we saw, I don't feel like that's what they were going with. I mean, maybe. I have 4 cards at infinite, and I want to press the button so bad. Yeah, I know. I've been trying not to split anything while waiting for the increased rates. I mean, I guess like ones that I haven't split a lot can definitely be split because they don't have a chance anyways, but I don't feel like it was full on mill stuff. Like it was probably a mix between bounce. So like maybe not this, definitely not Killmonger. Killmonger's crazy in it. I feel like we take out Gladiator, Shang-Chi, Null. We look more along the lines of like bounceless stuff. Like the Silver Sable, Beast. And so I feel like Hood has a place in that one. We could even go Rocket. That's Silver Sable plus these two into a Beast, into playing them plus Misery would work decently. Do we lean into any others? Here's how we finish it out. Because most of the bounce lists end up going the Hitmonkey stuff, like Silver Sable plus Hitmonkey. I'm not sure if we're gonna if we would have enough this way. Org, mind if you move the tracker? Yeah, Husky. Sage, we could, because Sage ends up being pretty big that we can drop on the last turn. I'm wondering if the primary target for Beast is the Grandmaster. Could be Beasted too, yeah. And I think this direction, especially with Misery, we don't go with like I don't think we go with the Black Swan Hitmonkey stuff. I think it's just looking at like the good value cards. We have Sage. I don't think Bishop gets enough of a payoff. Falcon might still be okay. Hitting Sable, Rocket, Hood. Without Agent Venom, I don't think we go towards like a Iron Man. Juggernaut. Or we could do Juggernaut Falcon, maybe. I'm still not sold on the Hitmonkey. If we went Hitmonkey, I'd want to go like greedier with the 1 costs. If we have the last turn Sage anyways, plus our 1 cost, maybe we try the Juggernaut. Go Shadow King. But if we're wanting to do what we want to do, maybe try the Falcon and see how it feels. Falcon Collector. Deco is an option. Good spells. True. Taskmaster. I don't know that Taskmaster would fit well, especially at 6 cost. I feel like a lot of times it ends up being a dead draw. What are the Misery targets? We could go Yondu. A lot of times Yondu is one of the worst mill cards because you're taking out their lower impact things and giving them a better chance to draw into their bigger ones. So unless we're going for full mill, which I don't know that we are. And maybe they were with the Baron Zemo. I guess if we're running Baron Zemo anyways. Was Baron Zemo in their list? Yeah, Baron Zemo was in their list. So if that's the case, maybe we lean into that mill package. Gladiator. Since we're looking to do Beast a couple of times, maybe it's no Falcon. Yondu. Either that or no Rocket. Yeah, probably no rocket. Go Yondu instead. Find Yondu for the life of me. There you are. And then we'll add back in the Falcon. I'm not sure if Falcon's the right call, but I feel like we might end up drawing dead if we don't get East when we need it. Get him, Derry. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. And then on the YouTube side, Justin Choi, welcome in. Dormammu. I hate how I bought Kang back in the day with collector tokens. He's never been good. Yeah. Maybe we could find the list on Untapped. The only thing I saw on Untapped that had Beast Misery were in Silver Sable were bad. Or I don't know that I guess I don't know that they're specifically bad. But the stats on them were really, really low. Alright, I feel like maybe even the magic is not the right call. We go Cable. I guess to set it up, we would have needed, what, a 1 cost? We're into the Grandmaster Beast like we got hit. So we can go Cable. Set up a Beast on 3. Beast on 3 pulls it back in. We would end up needing to do the misery stuff on 5 if we did this direction. I feel like the magic makes it clunky. Yondu, Cable, Gladiator, Wiccan, Shadow King. What, the one that we just ran up against? And then Hurricane, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Sixational. Have you seen the list we were looking at?
Wind, aid my hand.
Fortunate. So we're not gonna be able to rip that one away. If they have a war machine, then we're kind of drawn dead at that point. There's the one. We milled through a lot of their stuff, gave them a much better chance of hitting the Legion line. Let's get out of here. Does Misery with Beast trigger the Honor Vills with the return cards? So it doesn't re-trigger the... I don't think it re-triggers the Honor Vills, but it pulls them back in so that you can use them kind of like an extra bounce tool. That was the list. It's on Din's Twitter. All right, let's look. I find... Oh, this is what he ran in the Creator Gauntlet. Interesting. So Din actually made this one. Sable, Yondu, Cable, Grandmaster, no Falcon. Runs, no Juggernaut, no magic. I do like the Wiccan play. So his went a different direction entirely. It looks like mill and counter, but just with some extra like high roll possible pieces. Able, we need our Shadow King. I think Shadow King is a really strong resource right now with how much scaling we have. Then they had a Rogue for like the War Machine matches or any other ongoing, which we have a lot of those if you can beat the Cosmo down. We have Beast, Gladiator, Misery, and then the last one is Wiccan. See if I'm big-brained enough to play this one. I don't know. I don't know if I'll mess it up or not. Finn told us this is a deck for tournament. Not really shiny on ladder. We can give it a shot. It roasted us. It roasted us a couple of games ago. True. Yondu's with the hot location, yeah. Hot location is probably not great for like Yondu usage. They're watching our stream right now. Let's go ahead and go Yondu. We'll set up the cable next. Sounds more like a yawn. Don't. Or you use that to clog them. Yeah. We hit their forge. Same with Gladiator. Yeah. You got a 1, 2, 3 line. All you need is Wiccan. Ooh, and we have the Grandmaster that we stole from him. I'll take it. Or Misery. Just mill the rest of their cards with Misery. Let's do Gladiator. Next turn is Misery. This is a beautiful line. Seeing Grandmaster actually see play. Yeah, and a couple of different shells is, at that. All right, let's go Gladiator. We'll do Misery over here next turn. Goodbye, Hope Summers. Goodbye to all of your cards. My goodness. So Baron Zemo hits the Sable. Unfortunate. TLSG playing an FU deck. You'll love to see it. All is right with the world. And then Boosty said I may have scouted a raid for you. Like when I end, Boosty? Or when they end? Bastion Shaw. We're going to take the last couple. So Nocturne, and then we'll pull whatever it may be. You scouted one. Jeet, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. You're still hovering around like top 2, right? Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. I love seeing you on more often because even during the beta, your cooks were always super interesting and super unique. And so, especially with you pushing top end of the ladder with some like really, really good creativity, I love to see it. And so hopefully you had a fantastic stream. So we can go Wiccan to get the extra energy. We know that they have Surfer Absorbing Man. I think we go Wiccan, try to get some power into Quantum Realm here. We could always potentially do a card play and then Shadow King to bring it back up. Trying to cook hand buff Phoenix Force Misery. Surely it's good. Yeah, we could have Grandmastered Misery as well. But with Wiccan, yeah, not a single thing went right. So with Surfer, this would go up 4, 5, 6. Wait. Tell TLSG about Coke versus water? Oh, no, you guys. All the raiders that came in, I apologize. I got distracted, and ads are about to run. I typically don't let them run mid-game, so I apologize. But Jeet, thank you again for the raid. Hopefully you have a fantastic night. Hopefully you get some well-deserved rest. So we can do Grandmaster. Doesn't matter what pops over into mid. We should get a decent amount of power out of it. And maybe we follow it up with like Crude East. I guess if they Surfer. If they Surfer, this lane becomes maybe problematic. Whoever just... This? 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 left. Feels kind of bad, but they can only play 2 cards. You should get an egg timer on your desk to remind you of ads. I should. I really should. So Juggernaut pushing off the 2 cards, but with Brood over there. Oh no, the Silver Surfer does bring it up over what we have. Man. I'm sure there was a way to win that one. Really... 7, 15, 16, 17. Grandmaster could have done it. No, the Silver Sable was up by +2. Grandmaster Right wouldn't have done it. Unless we were just fulfilled. Stacking here into maybe a beast and something Shadow King maybe? I don't know. He was watching stream? He was watching stream indeed. Chicken, yeah, we casseroled for sure. And normally I'm a little bit better about keeping an eye on the ads, but I just am a little bit slow. Brood Grandmaster. Ooh, a Brood into Grandmaster, filling up mid so that didn't have as much space. And also, for those of you that are here that we're going to give it a shout out to Jeet. I think they've probably already jetted because they did need a bed, but we're going to give a shout out. Very creative deck builder, a very high level of play. Very entertaining to see what he always cooks up. There was one that I ran before they gutted Quinjet, when Quinjet used to be able to drop your cards below 1 cost. That is still one of my favorite decks to this date. Shadow King Jin allows us to get Wiccan down. And we can always beast the Shadow King back in. Just blame chat? No, it's definitely on me. It's definitely an on me thing. Alright, so X23. What did we destroy with Yondu? I didn't even see. Nico. Okay. So it's probably like a full-on Deadpool destroy style of deck. I don't want to play Wiccan over here. Do we need that much extra energy? Probably not. They could do Killmonger, which would hurt. Otherwise, next turn, we're going to throw a Beast into this lane. Hey, TLSG, can you break down this deck in summary? I can try. Bounce Wiccan. Yeah, we could have bounced Wiccan if we thought we needed the extra energy, but I don't think we need that much extra with Jins floating around. So this deck was created by a creator named Din. He played it in the EU Creator Gauntlet. I think it was on Sunday. And it's a super interesting play line because if you get Beast down onto like a couple of 1-cost cards, you can play those 1-cost cards plus Misery, and Beast will reactivate, pulling both Misery and your 1-cost cards back into hand without them getting destroyed. And so there's some kind of cool play lines, especially with like the Grandmaster line, that you can do. Chance with Baron Zemo, we get something halfway decent. But we're also running low on spots after this. With this deck, you just want to not fight an Arsham. Very true. Very true. And if you... yeah. Yeah, that's generally any mill deck. Ooh, okay, we take their Deadpool. Fine. Okay, take their Deadpool back in hand. That's fine.
What a game!
With Yondu, we're going to take something else low. A Gladiator Cable might be decent. But Gladiator also feels a little bit risky in this matchup. I guess we can't draw. So it's just the Yondu this turn. Keep the Shadow King. We could potentially rogue the Null. I think Scorn will be more competitive than Misery. I'm not hopeful about Scorn in a traditional discard. So like your Dracula Apocalypse. I feel like it might be too much inconsistency with like the Apocalypse that you want to focus on discarding or the Swarms.
Enough said.
I think maybe there's some room in like a Dakin discard where Swordmaster plus Scorn come into play. And then maybe in some kinds of super greedy, like Wong, Gambit style stuff. Yeah. But I think even with that, it's still a little bit inconsistent. What was the last card we destroyed? Rania. Not great. That means they have Death. They have Null. But Gladiator's safe? Yeah, Gladiator's safe now. But we have to hope that we target the lane where they drop the Null with our Rogue. So I'm thinking, for whatever reason, I'm thinking Null here, Death over here. So then Shadow King in the left can be helpful at setting their Venom back down. Null right all day. Let's see. Gladiator before Rogue? How come? Gladiator doesn't pull anything. Oh, to pull the Null? Yeah. Their deck's empty. They don't have anything left. Nah, you're okay, Sprite. No worries. Death left. Okay, wait. Okay, Null. Huge. We win. Easy game. I'm just surprised they didn't put Death to the right to try to like flip that lane. I would have thought they'd always fight for all three. I guess they saw Shadow King coming. Probably. They probably didn't see the Rogue though. We'll take the 4. It wasn't a clean 4, but it was a 4 nonetheless. Is it 50? I mean, I guess technically it could have been even. Oh, that's true, Brandon, on the YouTube side. They did see the Shadow King bounce, so they knew we had Shadow King in hand. All right, so we have the 1, 2, 3 line. Beautiful. And then Joe, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. I almost want to... Is it bad? I almost want to snap this on 1. We have the Wiccan line, so we're going to have extra energy and the extra mill. Bass is going to come back and Valley of the Hand. We could also do what the opponent did. Hit Yondu with the Grandmaster. Beast into pushing it over. But I kind of like the idea of Cable. Great hand. Yeah, it's a really good hand. Do you have an archetype that you have an archetype that's bad, but you enjoy playing it? Probably pixie stuff. Pixie stuff can be good, but I don't know. We can do Wiccan. Next turn we're gonna have what, 6 energy? We do Grandmaster re-trigger. Snap on the Venom Steel.
Oh, snap.
Okay here, but Cable still need to still boost cards with Agent. Oh, we need Cable still for whenever they drop the Agent. I'm glad we pulled it. So what are your thoughts? Looking forward to Scorn? I enjoyed discard, but I don't think Scorn is going to shine in like traditional discard. Infinite mana. Yeah, we're going to have unlimited mana. They thought we were setting up a misery in the left lane. Yeah, I think we go ahead and Grandmaster. We get their Acid Arrow back. We get to mill the rest of their cards next turn. And we have a gazillion energy to utilize. And then YOLO, Potato Man, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Yeesh. So much energy. And doing the misery onto any of these, since we don't have any of our scalers, isn't a huge deal. Yeah, Shadow King prepping over here for the Cassandra plus Thena. He's waiting. He's waiting right around the corner. Do we think they cap out mid? I guess we destroyed one of their cards with Yondu. Yeah, Bast. So probably play Acid Arrow so that they revive fewer cards there. Guess I'm gonna go ahead and Misery in the left lane just to get it down. What would happen with Misery, right? Grandmaster would re-trigger and I think would hit Misery and bump Misery into mid. This deck is merciless. It is indeed. We have their Sage, and what else did we destroy on their end? Was the Kitty Pride. So Claw coming down. They have 4 cards left. We do have Rogue for that Claw in the left lane. I forgot that Beast was destroyed. So we pulled back in the Wiccan. That's fine. There, with our handful of energy here. Just a touch. We lose the left lane unless they play something else there. There's also a chance that they put like a Cosmo and block us here. Maybe they even block us here. Ooh, Mystique to double up on the Claw. Interesting. Is the Cosmo the right lane? Cosmo is the right lane. Oh, no. So we're going to lose the left. And mid. Oh, no. We needed, like, Sage, something over to the left. Scaling was too much. Cassandra made the difference? Yeah, Cassandra made the difference indeed. And we knew the makeup of their deck. We knew Cosmo was within it. We probably should have played around that, I think. A rough one to lose. I thought with the gazillion energy, there was no way we dropped that one. And yet here we are. But that's fine. Was a good replacement for Shadow King earlier? Maybe. Or if we maybe tried to position our cards in a way that we had priority going into the last turn, could have potentially done it as well. And then Alia, very good game. I thought I had you, but the Cosmo was clutch. And then Silver Sable, instead of Silver Sable, maybe Rocket. Rocket could be okay. I was terrified of the double Wiccan. I thought we I thought we had you handily, but you persevered. So no Madam Web. We have to look out for Storm, War Machine, all of the Telltales. We can't do anything on 3. Oh, Prominence. It is Prominence. And he was hanging out here earlier. So either Gladiator, or we can throw in like a Baron Zemo mid, get extra energy. Destroy their Madam Web, which would pop up Invalidate the hand, which, not great. Not great for the Yondu stuff, for sure.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
No. Not Alia. No, we're not saying that Alia was a sniper. Prominence. Prominence was hanging out here earlier. It was a joke. They're not really a sniper. What did I destroy mid already? Baron Zemo. So we're going to revive a Baron Zemo, and if we do this, we'll revive a Hood. That's fine. Juggernaut, pushing the Hood over to the left, unfortunately. They will get a revive Juggernaut in the right lane. I'm hoping that we can cap them out. Or I don't know. At this point, I think the only thing we can hope for in Valley of the Hand is that we generate enough gunk for them to hurt whenever it resummons Valley of the Hand. Play Beast mid. Beast mid, then it resummons here and beasts it back in. Could be a wild play indeed. Crazy enough, I think we'll do it. We have a 50-50 of Gladiator proccing here. Beast Grandmaster left. Good. Baron Zemo is going to steal the last card in their deck anyway, so we don't really need to force a Gladiator. Big Craven, big Polaris. The Yondu does remain. But they're only going to revive 2 cards in the right lane. Out of the 3 destroyed. Only going to revive 1 in the right lane. This is a big right lane that they have, though. Madam Web. What are the chances? So we now have the Madam Web. I'll take it. We always lose right, though. I guess if we did Shadow King, that pushes their Silk away. Brings us down to 3, 5, 6, 9... 9 power. We go above that with this. I don't think we ever win this left lane. I'm not sure where their hazmat fits in. Play right in the end, yeah. Shadow King last, yeah. Could do this. But if they have Hazmat, I think they probably have Ajax. So it feels like we would probably need to be able to flip the Altar of Death by like moving Zemo plus a Shadow King. Last card is Ajax for sure. Yeah. So in that case, the Hazmat's not the right play here. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to give them a big surge. And Scream or Silk popped over to the left. Not that we would have won off of it anyways, but instead of the Hazmat, maybe the Cable was the right play there. So that Ajax didn't get bumped up so much. I feel like we keep getting close with the deck. We're just not able to bring it all the way home like we need to. And it actually looks like it's time for a quick set of ads. I'm paying attention now. We're the coffee is kicked in. So we're gonna run a quick set of ads. We'll be back in a minute and a half. Here in just a minute. Don't go anywhere, you guys. We'll keep hammering out this deck, see if we can turn it around. If not, we'll pivot. Maybe this is just kind of an interesting one for like the tournament setting, because you know that they're going to be running like the big ongoings and things like that. But I would like to be able to figure it out. Everything good? I thought you were streaming the whole October. Yeah, so my wife, right before I start the ads, my wife flew out to Florida this morning. She is going to help with the people impacted by the hurricane for her job. And so on Saturday, I took both kids. I took them all day. We went like to the park. We went playing in the sprinklers. We did all kinds of fun stuff so that my wife could stay home and do all of her homework. And then on Sunday, we spent time together as a family before she headed out. So it was life popped up, and so I had to make a choice. And so she's gone now for at least the week. They scheduled her until the 31st. Hopefully not that long, but until then, it's just me solo parenting and solo streaming during the days. So it should be interesting. We'll see how it goes. But we're gonna run to the quick minute and a half, and we'll be right back. You guys don't go anywhere. Good luck to you. We're gonna need it. We're gonna need a fair amount of luck. One. By the end of it, I feel like I'm gonna be really, really tired. So we'll wait just a minute, and then we'll pop into another game with the last few seconds left on it. The last few seconds, whenever with the ads running. Let's go ahead and queue up. We should be in one about the time that the ads finish up. And we'll see if we can figure out this deck. This deck is a super interesting one that we got cooked by on ladder, but I haven't been able to quite make work. Like, all of the games have been close, but we just haven't been able to pull them all the way home. Chase, you said feel you on that. Wife went to a family shower 2 months ago and left her 5, 4, and 1.5-year-old for me all week. Oof, working remote while keeping 3 young boys. And so, yeah, one is, fortunately, my oldest he's 13, so he's kind of able to manage on his own for the most part. And then my youngest, she's the one that's the handful, and so she's the one that's going to need the most attention. But between getting them ready for school, getting them ready like onto the bus to daycare, and all of the rest, I'm nervous. Is Scorn good in discard? I feel like she's I don't know that she's going to improve the like the standard Apocalypse, Dracula discard much, because it feels like wasting even one discard onto something other than Swarm or Apocalypse. It feels problematic. And so I would say... I'd say probably closer into either like a combo deck or like a Dakin deck. But my gut tells me it's not going to be great in like your normal like MODOK discard stuff. So the Copycat hit our Sable. We have Baron Zemo pulling one of theirs, which we know that it's going to be at least 4, or it's going to be 4 power guaranteed. Then we can go Wiccan into Krakoa to get a nice little bump onto the next one. Now, if we were worried, we could go maybe Wiccan into Hala. But if Baron Zemo gets destroyed, it is what it is.
Opponent snapped.
Does that change with a snap? We know Cosmo. We know Iron Man. I think we're okay. Even if these get destroyed. We have the extra energy from the Wiccan to be able to go a little bit further. Juggernaut mid. We could have tried that as well, but I wanted the Wiccan... I wanted 1 to get Wiccan down. So that we get the extra energy. And then 2, I wanted to play Wiccan into Krakoa. So that we get the +7 onto whatever card is our top deck. So Hope Summers is an interesting one. That is a beefy... A very beefy beast. I kind of think we like Juggernaut Beast. Juggernaut Hood Beast. Cooters, thank you so much for the raid. With the 59 party raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Hopefully the stream went well for you. I don't know if we want to do Hood here or not. So Hood is going to give us 3 cards in hand. We pull these back in. I guess it's fine. And we're going to... Wow. I thought they'd for sure play into the Hope Summers. But turns out I was wrong. And YOLO. Cooters, I had to push your name through. It was blocking it as inappropriate. The big Sebastian Shaw. Don't have... As long as we can kind of dominate mid, we should be okay, right? They don't have the extra energy for Absorbing Man, Surfer. Just Surfer here goes up to 14. We win off of just the Juggernaut play. Looking to do something like this. I guess if their card from Krakoa was Brood, we're in trouble. I bet with the snap, yeah. I bet it was Brood. Oh, in big trouble. With the snap timing coming down on turn 4 after they played the Copycat, it makes the most sense. I thought of it after I locked in. So unfortunately, that thought came too late. Very big Brood indeed. So I like the idea of this one. I'm gonna give it one more shot, and then I'll switch back over to some comfort stuff. But yeah, that one hurt a little bit. Fairly sized Brood. It was a fairly large Brood indeed. Campfire 1997. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. We're going against Butt once again.
Hey,
we have
welcome. It took you long enough.
Cable Beast into Misery Line, so we'll be able to do at least Yondu again. Yeah, every time we play into this deck, just bleeding cubes for me. Yeah, me too. I think we've only been able to snag 1 win away so far. Great Web makes this a little bit tricky. I guess not. Let's do Cable here. Hope that Yondu pulls over mid. Those are big Brood, but you know what's even more fun? Playing a Demon for Krakoa. after playing Agent Venom, resulting in a 2-tin Mysterio. 2-tin Mysterio is rather impressive indeed. All right, let's beast these back in. Either that or we could use the Cassandra Nova we stole. But let's beast these back in. I think we do Wiccan next turn. Either that or Misery next turn. And then the Hydrate Reminder from Mono. I appreciate you. That is an expensive border. Probably, I think this may be the first one that I've seen out in the wild. So Yondu Misery. Pulls it back in. How's the record with the deck so far? So far, the record with the deck has been pretty bad. I like the idea, but I think the interaction becomes too big-brained for me. We could also go with like a Yondu Wiccan line. And then Misery onto the Yondu, or Cable next turn to mill out their last card. Misery seems to be so hard to get decent value from. Yeah, yep. I agree. It feels like it's either super transparent, where you have a very linear line that is easy to get countered by like a Cosmo, or it just ends up being really inconsistent value in general. Misery would hit Yondu. Yeah. I think we do that. Misery Beast? We could do the Misery Beast. Then Wiccan is still, what, 3 cost? When it comes back in hand. And this way we at least get 2 demons used on the last turn.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
Ooh, we've destroyed a lot of their stuff. What did they revive? Oh, the Mystique is unfortunate. I'm glad it wasn't the Black Widow or the Cosmo or the Hood. I wanted to know the Misery Beast interaction. Gotcha. So they, with this deck, they typically don't have a great like hinder. Huge Cassandra Nova value. Indeed. So they probably have what, a Hawk is what I would typically assume would be in this deck, or what they would have in hand. Does Phoenix Force always get pulled by Astronym? Actually, I don't know. Alloy. So we didn't play anything into mid, so that's not great. Oh no. Depending on what pulls over into Great Web for us, or for them. Okay, we can take that. We take those. That is what we needed. We'll take the 4 cubes. We may have lost against everyone else, but we beat Butt. So that is a win in my book. Quick question. You know, I'm not one to criticize, but wouldn't this deck get more value with Sage over Cassandra? So the Cassandra wasn't mine, JR. I pulled the Cassandra with Cable. That was the opponent's. But no, you're right. You're absolutely right. Cassandra would be actively bad in the deck. No, you're okay, JR. You said if you see Tucker, he's joining the dad group. Huge. Next time I see Tucker, I'll make sure to congratulate him. All right, so let's start with Sable. Yondu's going to bring back cards here, which is kind of unfortunate for the featured location. But I'm still going to go ahead and play Yondu. Code revived. We could either beast the left lane back in. Throw down a Gladiator. We know that Gladiator destroys whatever it touches. Kind of like it. Double Gladiator, double Zemo, and they're out of cards.
Snap.
Have you tried Thanos Misery? I tried a version. I don't think I was running an optimized version. And it still felt like a lot of times it felt like the same issues I had with Misery otherwise. Like super transparent, falls really hard to like a Cosmo.
Victory.
Clutter can be pretty disruptive. When it works, just like other Misery decks, when it works, it worked. It felt like it worked pretty well. It was just about getting it there consistently. Then Calibrex, you said, glad you're full-time now. Even more because another fellow morning streamer is moving from Snap to Pokemon Pocket. Wait, who else is moving from Snap to Pokemon Pocket? And I enjoy Pokemon Pocket. But without a way to make sure that the matches that I'm going into are some form, like have some kind of MMR banding, like I feel like Pokemon Pocket, it doesn't feel as, at least right now, it doesn't feel as challenging because there's no ranked, and so the banding is all over the place. But who else is moving over to Pocket, Calibrex? All right, so we have the Yondu. We took out their Nico. We have Cable as a follow-up. Pokemon Pocket has Pokemon in it. That's very true, the Phantom Crew. And so I enjoy it. I'm definitely going to play it. So I'm definitely going to play it a fair amount. Like I'm definitely not going to play it. Especially as it gets closer to like global launch. It might be that I do some streams and see how the numbers go. But I'd be curious to see how the viewership looks after like the initial like kind of allure wears off. I wonder if Magic could get a spot in the deck. Potentially. Maybe over Wiccan if you were doing that direction. Yeah, definitely dabbling. I don't think it's where I invest a hefty portion of my time, though. Said Pocket's games feel very deterministic regardless. So, like, even if you're going up against... like, well-structured decks. I think Mogwai is moving, too. He had enough of Snap last days. Okay. Yeah, I love Mogwai's content. But he definitely flip-flops between the different card games. And so it's hard for me to ever like really settle into any one particular piece of his his streams. Because he definitely likes to like, shift around and experiment with different games, which is there's nothing wrong with that. But if it's not one that I'm actively playing, typically I don't view too much. Do you think Pokemon will get Snap to react? I mean, in-game, not just advertising? Maybe. Yeah, I feel like if there's enough emphasis on the battle stuff, I feel like it's not there right now. But maybe eventually. I'm just going to do the Grandmaster move, Gladiator over, and call it a day. And then Woga Boomer, welcome in. I'll see you in 2 minutes. So we can Shadow King this right lane, I think. So 3, 7, 14. Ooh, no, Shadow King in this right lane doesn't do it. With priority, we may be hurting here. What bot does that timeout thing? I typed the command. So I don't have a bot that does it, unfortunately. I need to get one. But right now it's just manual. Oh, straws. Straws. Count your... There we go, straws. I'll see you when you've had some time to think about what you've done. I think we lose this one. Because they've buffed up their hand to insane levels. Maybe if we left the gladiator right, we could find a way to do it. But as is, I think we lose. Was the deck made because of the hot location? I think it does actively worse with the hot location. It was created by a creator named Din. He used it in the EU Snap Gauntlet and did really, really well with it. I think it does worse with the hot location though, for sure. Do you think Scorn is going to be good? I think Scorn is going to be interesting. I am not incredibly optimistic about his stance in regular discard, but I think he might have a place more in line with like Dakin Swordmaster discard, or maybe in some versions of like super greedy Gambit stuff. And so I don't know, I'm tentative about it. I don't know that it adds too much to like a regular discard though. I think that one stays just about where it's at already. Top decking a beast here would be beautiful, because then we could beast, play them into Shuri's Lab, hit it with a misery. Super greedy Gambit stuff. Yeah, I think super greedy Gambit stuff is always super fun, but it's also counterable. And so like when it works, you destroy their entire board, which is always really fun. Cosmo is also really, really common right now. This is it. This is the dream hand. We have Beast, pull them back in. We do Yondu, Sable, Misery. Beast pulls them back in before they get destroyed. Cooter, you said I was gonna make a machine gun Gambit Scorn deck. Yeah, that's definitely where my head went first. And hopefully there will be some ways that we can make it where it has like decent backup lines. But definitely a fun one. We can't do both of them now. And so we double mill into playing it one more time next turn. And then I'll save... I think I'll save the Sable. Play it left next turn. Or play it left eventually. Cho, you said so it does work, like I thought? The cards won't be destroyed? Yeah, as long as Beast is that first card, then it should be... then it should work as intended. Now, the one thing I don't know is, will Yondu trigger a second time before coming back into hand? Is the split update good to go for tomorrow? I hope so, Boomer. I don't know for sure, though. I think we're scheduled for a patch, and I would imagine that it comes with a patch. But we don't know for sure. So Yondu, 8. Misery re-triggering the Beast. Throwing them all into the hand. Ooh, and Misery got doubled up, which is so big. Oh my goodness. Okay. I think they realize just how cooked they are. Okay, we're gonna play Acid Arrow. It'll be -8. Misery will go to 28. Then we start focusing our fire into mid after that. Sable first.
We are the future.
What would the difference with Sable first be? Oh, so that we have something to scale off of. So Sable doesn't bump up unless there's something left in the deck. Interesting. So I think we just send into mid and hope they don't have a Shang-Chi. Oh no, they have Shang-Chi, don't they? Cersei, okay. Gamble. They did it. They did it with the Shadow King. Even when the play ends up like we want. Alpha, you said I'm here since open beta. I don't remember events that had special event percentages on the collectors. Yeah. I think this is the first time they've messed with the percentages intentionally, and that's just to correct the accidental decrease that was there before. Zemo instead of Rogue. Wait, did we have Zemo in hand? Ilk, you said you're lucky. I was about to redeem Snap to troll. Okay, no, we didn't have Zemo. Okay, I was gonna be upset if I missed it. But if we had Zemo in hand instead of the Rogue. Beast has been sending out resumes, looking for new jobs. For when Toxin gets released, they'll be downsized true.
Oh, snap.
Alright, so we have the Snap redemption. I haven't seen Grandmaster in a while. He would be really cool here to follow up the Silver Sable play. Still waiting for Mobius. Mobius, I feel like Mobius is probably getting to the point where he's in a pretty healthy spot. All right, so the Wiccan is gone, but double Yondu is nice. Carne, talking about Mr. Beast and Lunchley. He also just launched a toy brand. Love the disappearing Sable. Me too. It's one of my favorite interactions that doesn't serve a huge purpose, but I find super funny. We could do double Gladiator into double Beast. I've been preaching Mobius for a while. He's just a hard one to fit in, similar to Super Scroll. I think Super Scroll is in a pretty good spot right now, but it's just hard to build it in where it's effective consistently. I think instead of Beast this turn, I think we go either Zemo or Grandmaster. But I like the idea of Zemo better. Stealing their last card, which is more than a 5-cost card. We'll still see what we pull. And then Hydrate from Hydrate King. Oop, and thank you for the reminder. That made me look at the time of the ads, and it was 10 seconds left. The Zola. Not the best thing, but not the worst either. We do get our Shadow King, which is great for the Panther. I don't want to just throw Beast right. Beast here, it may not actually pick anything up in the right lane. You use Spider for Zola and you ruin the plan. The Symbiote Spider-Man is also pretty good, but we do have the Shadow King to bring it back down dramatically. kind of feel like we just skip here. Skip here into like Gladiator. Maybe it's... Let's do this. Are they going to Galactus? They could Galactus here. Well, if they do it, they do it. Oh no, oh no. It's gonna end the game, so it'll be 8 cubes. Okay, Gwynpool. Gwynpool we're fine with. Doesn't that just tie? Yeah, yeah, that's true. It just ties if it was Galactus. I was really worried about the really worried about how many cubes that was about to cost us. Alright, so they definitely have priority. We do Gladiator, Yondu, double Shadow King. Here. And since they have priority, I guess an Alioth would be pretty rough. This is going to be a Shadow King of all time? Yeah. Block the left lane with something small. And we'll send it. And we hope for the best. Wait, single card to the left in the Iron Lad is crazy. 24 power Iron Lad, though, to be fair.
Victory.
That was the last card in their hand. And so Gwynpool, all triggers of it were set specifically to the Iron Lad. Even if they had played it here, it wouldn't have been enough in any of the lanes. Oof. The deck's turning around. Pilk said best turn 1 snap redemption of all time. Indeed it was. We will absolutely thank you later. And so we were struggling with the deck for a bit, but it's gotten some pretty big cube games. It's time for a quick set of ads, and then Alan Watts. So it's actually not my deck. It's a creator named Din. He ran it in the Snap Conquerors event, which is a content creator tournament. He ran it there and did pretty decently with it. So we also got beat by it on ladder. So I decided to give it a spin. Pilk is a mod now? Yeah, Pilk has been around since early beta days. Since I was watching one of the old videos. Man, I looked like a baby. But he's been around since the beta days and has been a mod on my Discord for a long time. So definitely deserved it. But we're going to run to a quick set of ads, and then we'll be right back with a little bit more of this one. Now that it's winning, we'll keep it around for a bit. Been around since 2 to 5K subs on YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, so very, very early days when I was doing the daily video releases. And so has been around for a very, very long time. Used to do on the YouTube streams, used to do text-to-speech donations to make it to make the voice absolutely break. I always thought those were hilarious. But we'll be right back, you guys. How'd the full-time streaming going so far? So far it's going well, Big C. So far it's going well. The drops last week were huge for us. Really pushed us off and started on a really good foot. And then even now we're still averaging around 500 for the stream, which is pretty good for no drops. And we're just working on building up that viewership at this point, but it's going well. He said, yes, my lawnmower T-tunes. Yeah, or the fax machine, yeah. Yep, those will always, I'll always remember those. We have the ads rolling. So I'll wait to queue up until they're close to being done at least. So let's see how we're doing with the deck so far. It started off really rough. Oh my goodness. So it's a good thing we're turning it around. We were only around like a 30-something% win rate. But we're cube positive. And then on the YouTube side, Anthony said tuning into YouTube because this is all I got on my phone, but glad to see you streaming right now. Anthony, welcome in on the YouTube side. Hopefully you're having a great day. And then Magovis, how's it going, TLSG? How has it been since you changed jobs? So right now I'm actually juggling both. And so I feel like I won't know for sure until after the 18th. But it so far it's been really good. And then Patrick with the snap redemption. Absolutely. I'm actually going to go hood first here. That way we have the 1, 2, 3 curve for potential Wiccan. They start with their Sable. Then Prominence. Howdy and GG's TLSG. Is there a way for me to rewind the stream? Yeah, so if you click on my name and then go to videos, you can actually watch the video on demand of this one in real time, so you can scroll back to the match. Yeah, so the 18th is the official. I would like to do just a crazy long stream, but my wife flew out to Florida this morning, and we'll be gone until at least right now what we assume to be the 31st of the month. And so I don't know if I can do a crazy long stream because I'll have my daughter in the evenings, so I won't have anyone that can kind of take over and watch. But I would like to be able to do something for the drops, especially since drops are coming back on the 18th. Is the Grandmaster dead this game? Yeah. Unless we were to Grandmaster and then hit it with a Misery or like push Hood over, but otherwise very, very dead. I thought you were saying good morning. Dead this game. That's how I read it in my head show. And then Cooters, I must head out, but hope you have success in the grind, TLSG. Thank you so much for hanging out for a bit, Cooters, and thanks again for the raid. Hopefully you have a fantastic day, night, evening. Hopefully we catch you again sometime soon. So we can go Baron Zemo. We can go Cable. Let's go Zemo for now. Will the deck work without Wiccan? It possibly could double.
I found a rock.
Double D. Is that an Ed and Eddie joke? Or reference? Not joke. I loved that show when I was little. Let's do Misery left. We get another demon, destroy the hood, pull another one of their cards with Zemo, and send... I guess we're probably going to pull the rock with Korg. My initials? Oh, really? One of the characters in Ed, and Eddie was called Double D. But I like your name regardless. We probably pulled the rock. Yeah, unfortunate.
Hey, I found a rock.
But we replaced the rock that we pulled. It's all good.
I am Iron Man.
So if we can top deck a Shadow King here. No, not quite. Ooh, actually. So stealing the Iron Man brings them down from 38 to 19. Brings us well over 19. So then just like Demon or Demon Cable. We have priority. Oh, and we already had the turn 1 snap, or else we're definitely snapping here. And Zon Aster, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Because if they go Mystique, it'd be unfortunate. Yeah, I think we send in the left lane.
I am Iron Man.
Mystique is dead. Yeah, Mystique is dead because of the road. The Hawk plus a 1 cost. Not gonna do it. We'll take the 4.
Victory.
Loving the Rogue and Shadow King? Yes. Rogue has been paying off in dividends right now because we have a lot of ongoing cards that have crept back in. Killed it with Gladiator? Wait, what did we kill with? Oh, the Mystique. Gotcha. Okay. So it was dead. Easy turn 1 snap. It was indeed, Patrick. It was indeed. Kakashi, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. We're not quite to the mystery variant, but we're close. Actually, what alliance missions do I have? All right. We need to win a couple more 8-cubers. Took one for the team and loaded up on win 8-cube matches. Would Misery be better as Odin with Wiccan? Only downside is not clearing the hood. So for this one, on the games where we don't get Wiccan, you can do some interesting things with Beast. So like you can Beast your 1 costs back in, play them alongside Misery on 4. They get pulled back in again by Beast, but they don't get destroyed by Misery. And so you can do some kind of interesting stuff with it. I run Agent Venom in my bounce. Getting Hood from -3 to 1-4 is a huge power differential whenever that happens. All right, so we have the Silver Sable. We're going to slap it with the Grandmaster, moving it over into Kunlun, which is great for us. And then we have a Zemo to lean into, depending on what we draw next. Maybe try Jet's Phoenix Force Misery deck. I tried a Phoenix Force Misery deck, but I'm not sure if it was Jet's or not, or if it was like one of... I don't know if it was most updated. So I may need to take a look at it. Did they post it on Twitter or X? Oh, well, that's not bad. That actually helps us out. So the Hood from -3 to +3, we'll take that. Do we ever fill this right lane? Wish we had Beast. I don't think it's worth it for the extra energy to throw Hood plus Cable in the same lane. Nah, we'll just do the Cable. Don't think he has... Oh my goodness, is it Jet? I always called him Jeet. Or it's like Jeeeeeeet, right? I've always called him Jeet. Is it Jet? Oh. Whoops. Rough. Pronounce it Jet. He never corrected me. He never corrected me. Well. Too late now. So we can go Wiccan Demon. We have a Shadow King, potentially left, potentially right. And we have a double Rogue if we drop priority. Maybe it's just... Try this. A lot of people say Jeet. You're probably not the first one. Yeah, could be, that's fair. So big Juggernaut capping us out in the right lane because I switched my play, unfortunately. And we do have Prio. Yeah. I don't think we win. They have extra energy. They could do Iron Man or Claw plus Mystique. Nah. Best Rogue variant?
Escaped.
I know, it is pretty sleek, right? Best one in the game. I'm sure you're talking about theirs. But I don't have that one. This is the one that I have. Yeah, definitely a run on that one. With them having extra energy, the Kitty Pride helped them a lot in that white hot room. Not a lot we could do at it with having priority. Maybe there's a chance if we didn't. But even that, I think is tough. Infinity Paradox with the resub with Prime for 5 months. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic one so far. I like your Rogue better. Thank you, Boomer. That's all that matters. So we can do some fun stuff with Misery in Wakanda. Do we ever play out our Shadow King? Teelan is on the board? Or Attilan? I feel like I mispronounced Attilan too. I think it's Attilan. What's the art behind you? The art behind me is they're disc plates. Ooh, so Storm in the right lane. So they're disc plates. The one over here is Vi from League of Legends. We have the Lich King from World of Warcraft. We have Dr. Boom from Hearthstone. We have Baldur's Gate 3. We have Tracer. And then back down over here is Sylvanas from World of Warcraft as well. We're doing this. I don't think we ever win the flooded lane. Love me some League of Legends. I loved League of Legends for a really long time until it got to the point where it was like unhealthy. Like it's one of those games that because it has such a high skill cap, like if you find that you're losing, it can be really hard to come to grips with the fact that you're losing so badly. And so then you're just kind of putting in the effort, not getting much or not getting anywhere. Definitely feels bad. So I had to stop playing. Breeds toxicity, yeah. Plus the overlay, yeah. The overall just like salt from the general player is bad. Like if you have a bad game and you're just getting absolutely flamed, it makes you feel terrible. So I had to stop playing it as much. And then JR, you said disc plates I heard are very easy to hang. They're very, very easy to hang. So they give you this like alcohol. Ooh, I burned the Iron Man too early. They give you this alcohol swab. I have to run out of this one. You wipe down the wall. You place the magnet. It's done in like a minute, 2 minutes. What are you saying, League players are super sweet? I need to get into your lobbies, Lynn. Maybe ARAM players. But the regular like ranked players. Whew. And I always enjoyed being a jungler. I liked playing the jungle role the most. But man, whenever you had a lane that was feeding and they were crying because they weren't getting a ganks every 30 seconds, very tough to do anything with. Twisted Tree Line? Twisted Tree Line was cool. It never felt like it really got, I don't know, or was utilized as much as it could be. But I do like the idea of like a smaller 3v3 instead. Because the first time I played League was when it was in like a beta stage.
Hey man, I'm cool.
I liked the idea of the 3v3 because it's easier to get a team of 3 together. But then the focus really went onto the 5v5 stuff.
Opponent snapped.
One, you said and still we're salty? You said ARAMs are wholesome? Yeah. Yeah, ARAM, it doesn't matter how anyone's doing. Just hang out and enjoy. Didn't notice we changed decks. Yeah, I decided to change decks. We were having a rough time with the other one. Like it had some surprising potential plays. But I gave it 14 games. We only had a 35% win rate, which is not great. Partially because of the hot location. Partially because I think maybe I just didn't play it well. But we're going to go ahead and storm the right location. We have the War Machine follow-up, which is always a great way to be able to lock down that storm location, even if you don't get the Legion line. And then we'll be able to play into the Crimson Cosmos freely. And actually, we might as well play into Mojo World. It helps us get to that 100 a little bit faster. And then what's up said Dota 2. I never actually played Dota 2. Because at that time I was already playing League. And I just never made the shift. But I've heard good things about Dota as well. We can win the right lane fairly easily. They have Black Widow that can float around. We activate, move Human Torch to the right. Adam Webb. And play a Widow's Bite mid. Then we can move him out, replace it with something like a Cosmo. We can end up going up to, I think, 16 with him. Is this Jets list? The like the Phoenix Force, Org, Black Widow stuff. I felt like the version of the Phoenix Force that I ran before, with Misery, was really good whenever you could get that Black Widow down every single time. But it felt like that last turn was really dependent on the opponent just not having the good stuff that they needed. Rock Slide. Big Ham. And Little Dagger. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We move the Human Torch out. The pig to the right. A dagger mid. If we can, they'll have to play a card here, which will be their 1 cost, right? 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh, actually. If they have Hawk, it's 16, it's 19. Just the torch to the left doesn't do it. I feel like if that's the case, we have to do like Human Torch here. Then Dagger can be played, but it doesn't do anything for us in the left. They can move. They can move the Black Widow, true. Move Widow, we leave. But they move Widow here, right? 8 goes up to, what, 15? No, 14. We go up to 15. So it comes down to where they play the Hawk at. Okay, fine. Fine. Take those. You said to leave.
Victory.
Ooh, Shadow King. Could have been bad. Yeah, if it was Shadow King, could have been bad for sure. Take it. I may have to check out the Jets list. Can't believe I called him Jeet for so long. I'm pulling up his last. All right, next up we have Butt. We do have all of our movement pieces, but I think I'm going to hold on to him for now. That's all I've played for the last week. I'm addicted to making my opponent miserable. Oh, that sounds like me for real. Let's go Iron Fist, maybe into a Vulture. I've also considered dropping the Eliath for an Infinite in this deck. Technosis, this deck in need of a butt test. This deck I think is fine without a butt test. So it's one that's it's pretty common though. So with the Storm, War Machine, Legion stuff, get pretty disruptive. But we do have good old Cosmo. I'm gonna go ahead and throw Widow's Bite here. They won't be able to hit it with a Misery. They won't be able to resummon it with Phoenix Force. They're gonna be stuck. And so we take away some of their high end here. Then Pilk, I'm gonna go have a break. Might be back later if you're still streaming. Thank you for jumping in and joining us, Pilk. Hopefully you enjoy your break, and hopefully we catch you around again soon. Let's see. We could go Legion. That's gonna pull into some of our monstrosity, so I'm not sure that we do. But I feel like if they do Misery, hold on. Oh no, we don't have priority. I think we probably lose this one. We probably run, but I want to take away Valley of the Hand so that Misery doesn't proc here and then resummon. Hey, Hawk instead. Wasn't expecting the Hawk. And then just Koji. Hope you're having a great day. I'm having a fantastic day, Koji. Hopefully you're having a great one as well. No Mystique for him. It's unfortunate. I only have one card in hand. Into the Grandmaster. Okay. If they're running Shadow King can be deadly here. They don't have anything big enough, but they may have a Shadow King. Okay, so Phoenix Force, but it doesn't have anything to resummon. We will grab the victory. We got very lucky with the Grand Central play. Whew. Take those sometimes. And that's what I like about this deck is like the main idea is the Storm, War Machine, Legion, but it can get kind of crafty sometimes. The Lady Sif was super unfortunate from Camp Lay High. Otherwise, they had the Mystique to lean into. We'll take it, though. We'll take luck where we can. Best top deck? Yeah, that was by far the best top deck I could have asked for. And then Anthony Lynn. Where did that Human Torch come from? Ours? I think we drew. Oh, we switched decks, yeah. Yeah, this is what I was on and off and on climbing with over the weekend. So I went from like 300 down to like 170 at max.
Parker!
Any suggestions for a replacement if you don't have Madam Web? She's pretty important. She has a really big role for the Madam Web, or for like being able to win the Storm lane even if you don't have your other pieces. And so I don't know if there's a great sub. Like, you could still win some games. She just gives you a lot of flexibility in being able to win those like when you don't have your ideal draw. Did you tweak the deck? So there's a couple of different versions of the deck around. So this one I took out Eliath and Maul and put in Aranya Human Torch for a couple more like movement pieces. I've also considered taking out Eliath for Infinite. It just kind of depends on like what we're seeing a lot of. Unlun is great for us. I just realized we have the double Aranya. So like a Human Torch with an immediate double trigger is huge. Ooh, but their Human Torch is going to be massive too.
I am the Sorcerer Supreme.
Did you grab the cute Wolverine card back? I did not. I have an Android. I missed the ads again. I apologize, you guys. I have an Android, I guess I could have gotten my wife to download it.
Wind, aid my
Cloak into Storm
hand.
isn't awful, I guess. Unemployed said TLSG. I saw Din's mill deck. You were the first person that came to my mind. I actually just got done running it for a little bit, and I wasn't quite able to make it pop like I would have liked. But it had some really big play lines that could kind of shift the momentum in your favor. How was it? It was fun. It was fun, but I only won like 40% of the games though. Today's hot location is definitely rough for trying to use Yondu.
Escaped.
Yeah, I know that the card back is only exclusive right now, but a lot of times whenever they have a semi-exclusive card, usually it's when it's re-released, it's like in a paid-for bundle or something. And so I think might be the only free way to get it with iOS. I'm actually gonna pull up ones for missions so we can delete that one. I'm gonna shamelessly steal Jet's deck. Wait, no, that's a different version than I've seen altogether. It wasn't the Hawk stuff. Jet was running interesting Gwynpool version, but that was only towards the end of stream. He only ran it a little bit. Nico, Grandmaster, Nova, Black Widow. Slide, Phoenix Force, 3, and Hawk to finish it out. It's been a while since I ran one of his decks. So let's go ahead and launch into it. Calibrex said, bring all the ads. Good to know you get the revenue from Twitch Turbo. Absolutely, Calibrex. I do get I think it's a smaller portion or percentage, but it is still a percentage nonetheless. So I think we can do Nico with the Destroy spell into maybe its Korg next turn. You know the Phoenix Force interaction? So you destroy a card potentially with Misery and then Phoenix Force it back, right? If you play Honorville and then play Phoenix Force without killing anything. Oh, and then Misery. You don't kill the... And then Misery on top of it. Ooh, okay. So you can do Misery turn 5 instead. I appreciate that you put the deck maker's name as the deck when you steal it. Yeah. I definitely don't want to make anyone think that I was the one that made the list, because I've had it happen before. Let's go Korg. We'll do a Spider Ham, and then we'll see.
I found a rock.
Said your deck name was a mistake? Wait, is there one more E? Oh, the user, his name is Jet, but it's like 6 E's or something like that. So big Elysium coming in. A little bit scary. Black Widow gives them a free bar with no name win. Five E's? Oh, is it really? Did I put too many? 3. Oh yeah, I put one too many. It was just a guess, like a gut feel thing. Let's do just Rock Slide here. Alibrex. And then J-Mac with the on-screen at Celebration. I appreciate you.
I wouldn't do it.
And so I know some versions were running Mystique, but I always felt like Mystique was a little bit on the greedy side. Maybe we go ahead and do Misery. We could do Misery onto the, or Grandmaster onto the Misery. Thought it was Dexter's. I think Dexter may have seen it on Untap. But as far as I know, Jeet was the one that made it. Dexter may have. But I originally saw the deck list on Untapped and only later found out it was Jeet's. What have we destroyed so far? A lot of things. I think we save the Iceman. I know that it's free, but I think we save the Iceman so that we can do like a Grandmaster onto the Cassandra Nova next turn. Yeah, Hood left. Yeah.
Victory.
Can I give you a list to play? And then do you do that? I do that sometimes. So if you shoot me the list, a lot of times, and then on the YouTube side, I'm so happy that you joined the channel as well. A lot of times I'll try them out like off air, and then get a feel for it, and then potentially come back the next day. But sometimes if I'm just really not vibing with any list that I have, then I pivot a lot in a stream. If we're like we're really plummeting. And then Techno says, yeah, he said 5 people redeemed it in less than 10 minutes. It lasts less than 10 minutes. Yeah, they did indeed. That was a rough one. So I also set a limit to it can't be redeemed in rapid succession, so that we don't run into the same situation as last time. How can you send it? Over in the Discord is typically. So either there, that's the server that I run, or if you. Shoot me a message on there, then I can get it that way. And the hydrate reminder from Lazy2 Coconut. I appreciate you. We could change the left lane. We could potentially get it destroyed. I didn't see what we hit with Ham either. Can we gamble for points? I want to buy the origin story. Sometimes we can. Sometimes we do gambles with the points. Let's do this for now. Sometimes we run some predictions. So not a very dangerous danger room. Let's go ahead and Rock Slide left. Not going to get destroyed, but we can stack Phoenix Force onto it. Oh, Ham hit Forge. Ooh, and we draw their Misery, which is beautiful. It's looking more like hand buff now. I was thinking Surfer as well, but it definitely looks hand buff. Throw Misery onto the Hood, onto the Rock Slide. Send more junk their way. Then we can throw a Phoenix Force. We either get another Demon or add more junk. Cube said you want the origin story? Hold my beer. Yeah, inflation happened, Cubes. just a slight inflation. How's White Widow after the nerf? She's okay. She's definitely not as consistent as she was before. The Iceman onto the Phoenix Force was rough. Now if we do this, we're only going to be able to do like Hawk plus 1 Demon. Maybe it's fine. Oh, they are going to come back mid. Lufa. We should have went with the Hawk instead of this, since they would revive in Valley of the Hand. A big absorbing man. So they're setting up for their... well. Rough. So... bad. I think we abandon mid. We just push right and left. I think we call it good. Can we beat Killmonger Surfer? I think so. Because the right lane is 23. The left, which, looking at it now, comes pretty close. Actually, no, it's not close. We're good. We're fine.
Victory.
So far, so good with the deck. It's one of those that I think it doesn't have as big of an explosive last turn play, but that's because it has so much disruption early game. Technosis, would teching in Beast with Misery have any use? So actually in a different version, another creator named Din it was like a Grandmaster Beast Misery. And so if you hit Misery in the Beast lane, you can actually pull the rest of your cards in without having them negatively, like they're not going to destroy. And so with Beast and some one cost, there can be some interesting interactions with the Beast Misery. Currently running this exact list since yesterday. Yeah, so this one is a pretty solid one. It's ran by one of the top 3 players currently in ladder. And so them being a big Phoenix Force enjoyer, they found a pretty cool cook for sure. I think we hold the Grandmaster. It might be that we do Sandra Nova next turn. Maybe it's Rock Slide. I think it's probably always Rock Slide. We add as much junk into their deck as we can. Can Misery Cassandra and bring her back with Phoenix? Yeah, you can do that too. I am a little bit worried about shuffling the cards back in and what we're going to get. So I almost want to make it less likely that they draw back into good cards.
Wind,
never mind.
aid my hand.
It's one way to go about it. So is it ever this? I think we're gonna try this. Send it on Discord for you to play.
Hey,
perfect.
man,
Proc Cassandra twice. Yeah, but then we have to really dedicate our next couple of turns to it. Because then it's Misery or Cassandra into Misery on 5. Then it'd be Phoenix Force. It just got really clunky really fast. Oh, wait a minute. I kind of like this too. So we do Hood Misery. Clear out the left lane. We hit Misery with the Grandmaster left. Oh, if it's Legion, then we lose. But if not, Misery with Grandmaster pushes in mid. These are safe. It's gonna re-trigger the Cassandra, re-trigger the Korg. But I think you're probably right. If they have Legion, we're close. Low collection level player, so we're getting a little bit lucky in that regard. So Do we win with just that though? I feel like maybe not. It's only at max 8 power in the right lane. Or 9 power, they go up to 9 even if they don't move anything over. They're only shot at a win. I don't think it does. Why not 2 demons? Black Widow? Much power mid? Grandmaster 2 demons? That is better than the Phoenix Force. We have a patch tomorrow? We're scheduled for a patch tomorrow, yeah. A sneaky misery play. We'll win with the double demon. That one doesn't even feel good, but we'll take it.
Victory.
I like I like the Grandmaster with the misery. Yeah. So with the text on misery, since it's in like list order, it repeats the on reveals and then it tries to destroy them. And so it does on reveals first and then it tries to destroy. If it can't, then it just re-triggers them. How did she trigger? Grandmaster pushed her over to mid to re-trigger. And she works under like Wakanda or armor. She works the same as she reveals, she re-triggers the on reveals. She just doesn't destroy at that part. What does Phoenix Force do? So Phoenix Force gives you a line to be able to revive like Black Widow, be able to revive like Rock Slide and add more disrupt to them. And you have a little bit of a flexible tool. So like it's a mobile tool that you can utilize. What? You said usually Grandmaster doesn't trigger? Yeah, that's Grandmaster's shtick. That he moves an on reveal to mid and it triggers it again. All right, so let's go ahead and destroy the Korg since it's going to revive with Valley of the Hand. And then I'll do Spider Ham over to the right.
Hey, I found a rock.
Oh, we're going against Bud again. I didn't even realize. I do really like Cassandra into destroying it, letting Valley of the Hand bring it back over. Maybe we should have. Yeah. So with re-triggering Nico, Misery is going to get destroyed here though, which is my only hesitation, because then Misery pops up into Valley of the Hand. But it's fine. All fine. We cleared out our lane for sure. Oh wow, the yellow jacket was not great for us.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
That was a nice hood transformation. Black Widow, okay. Do we do Phoenix Force to try to pull out like the Cassandra? Try to pull out the Misery? Gives us a 50-50 shot at it. We don't really need to draw either, so I'm not going to play the Widow's Bite. Yeah, Phoenix Force Hood. I'm going to hold the Widow's Bite. I actually don't mind if we keep cards in hand. Super Scroll. Super interesting. And that's built into the deck too. Sandra Nova would be huge, if not Misery, and then since we don't have Misery, it comes down to the order. Poor Nico. Poor Nico never had a chance. Unfortunate as that might be. I would have thought Nico would destroy the next thing that we played, but no. No, absolutely not. She did revive back into mid, so now she'll destroy the next thing we play. Goodness. So we're okay. We're okay doing a Hawk, because we're not going to have anything left in our deck, really. And so Widow's Bite gets destroyed by the Nico into Hawk to Demon, or Demon left. We'll do it this direction. Time to kill the bite? Yeah.
Victory.
It always wins. Demon left? Yeah. What a game indeed. This deck is wild. Wild. I didn't think I would like it as much as I am so far. And then Faith on the YouTube side said, been playing something like this most of the weekend and was phenomenal. Yeah, so far, the early stats, I wasn't looking to do any kind of like highlights, so I wasn't recording. But let me refresh the stat page, because I think we're like 5-0. Four 4-0 for positive 6 cubes. Take it. Anytime we're back to actively climbing. Top reset time? Ooh. Since I already queued up, I'm gonna wait because I don't want to come back to a loss. Next up, we have Chaos Theory. First location, Crown City. We do get the cool Cassandra Phoenix Force Misery stuff. How long you streaming for? I don't know. Probably another couple hours. Snap for the opening hand? Possibly. I'm the worst at paying attention to what our Spider Ham hits. I have no idea what it hit. How many cards are there? I feel like there's a couple hundred cards. That's just like ballparking it. Dina? Okay, thank you. I think it's probably maybe 300 or more. I have all but 2. Go ahead and throw Korg. So Korg, Agent Venom. So they're running like what, like Hawk, Mystique, Iron Man stuff. Negatively afflict their stuff. We can hit it again with Misery, but negatively afflict again. What cards are you missing? I'm missing Shaw, and I'm missing Coal Obsidian. Trigger twice, trigger a third time with Phoenix Force. Ah, man. Nobody wants to stick around. No one wants to stick around and find out. You said Roadmap for Second Dinner got uploaded? Is it on the Discord? Oh wow, so it's much more streamlined this time. It looks like they're trying something a little bit different. But let's just started playing level 23. Any advice? Complete your daily missions and your weekly missions. Those are the most important ones. After that, just try to find something that you enjoy running. And so we're gonna run to a quick break. I'm gonna run to the restroom, and then we'll take a look at the roadmap. We'll take a look at the shop, and then we'll dive back in from there. But right now we're 5-0 with this list. It's absolutely popping off. We'll see how far we can climb with Jet's list. But we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, you guys. Your streamer a roadmap, a video for it? Big. We can check it out. My goodness, that is a lot of information. Let's see. App updates. All right, so we'll check it out. First, let's look at the news post, which there's a lot of just static information, which I think gives some time for digestion. There we go. All right, so we should be back from the, yeah, it's a long one. The video or the updates? We should be back from ads. And so we have the October 2024 roadmap, and they've reimagined it to focus on just a couple instead of those like far out goals, which I think is a little bit safer. They were getting a lot of negative feedback from whenever it was too lengthy and then stuff would drop off. I think it's probably a good idea that it's streamlined. And so coming soon, which I think are the things that are right around the corner, we have High Voltage coming next week. I think it's next week. We have Collector's Vault, or on the 18th. We have the Collector's Vault. We have second anniversary celebration at Deadpool Diner 2.0. Interesting. So all of those are soon. I'm curious what the Collector's Vault is. Super Premium Season Pass? In development, Super Premium Season Pass seems fitting. The Dinner? Dinner? Diner. Dinner. Diner. I don't know. The album preview and wish list, new limited time mode. So outside of the High Voltage. So we know that that's kind of a focus for them. And then 1,400 gold for this guy. And then character mastery as well. I don't care about any of it. Where's the draft mode? Yeah. So High Voltage, we know about that. It's coming on the 16th, so even sooner than what I thought. So that'll be interesting. The Collector's Vault. Oh, so it's more of a variant. We've had some incredible art pieces during the last 2 years. New shop feature that will give you a chance to acquire variants that you may have previously missed. Okay, so it's just another way to buy variants. So it opens on the 24th, And so you'll be able to buy variants that you couldn't access before. Yep, just a skip for me too. We have the login bonuses for the anniversary. So we have a cosmic orange border, a premium mystery variant, a couple of cool rewards for the login bonuses. We also have the community voted stream or variant as well, and then Deadpool Diner 2.0, Turducken maximum effort. When is this coming back around? Back in November. And so October, we're going to have high voltage. Deadpool Diner we'll have back in November. And then in development, so character mastery is whenever you do like complete certain milestones on a character, which I think is really cool. 25 brand new flares and finishes with the character mastery. That's pretty cool. So you'll be able to really kind of show off how much you've played the card outside of like the gold stuff. So mastery level, you get different reaction sets. It can be pretty cool. And then super premium season pass. I'm interested to see what this is. So we heard you. We're completely reimagining what our season pass super premium looks like, and replacing it with the all new super premium season pass. More variants, more rewards, and even a few surprises down the pipeline. Okay, so I think in that case, it's fine. Super expensive, maybe. But right now, the premium, like premium pass, like outside of your normal $10, it doesn't do much for you. And so I think if they're just reimagining like that aspect, I think that's fine. I'm probably not going to buy it, but giving more variants and more rewards for paying a little bit more, maybe it's worthwhile for someone looking to like supercharge their collection, depending on what those rewards look like. I think the regular premium passes will be locked in. Will be the same. I think the super premium is going to be more like track rewards based. So kind of like maybe it'll be like 2 tracks, one with a premium pass, one with a super premium pass. So you can unlock additional stuff. Oh, you said biggest deck builders, possibly 2 cards. I hope not. I hope they don't start locking a second card behind the super premium pass. But we'll see. And then albums. All right, so this is something that I really wished was there whenever I was coming back, was you can hover over this little book to see which album it's in, what your progress is. So I like this a lot. So like if I go into the shop and I see one, I want to know what it's contributing to. And then new time or limited time mode. So early next year, they're looking for the team has been hosting team-wide playtests, and we're making great progress. And then in concept is still draft mode. So it doesn't look like a set time frame for it. The new cosmetic type. Ooh, we get new boards, which is something that I was surprised that they didn't push earlier, because it's an easy way to get additional cosmetics or additional like purchases from players. Because I'll probably buy a couple for sure. All right, how long is the video?
Hello?
It's Guest Gaming. How you doing? Listen, I got a quick question for you.
That's super quiet.
What would you think about making that?
Ben. We've talked about this before. I'm still not putting mustard on my grilled cheese.
What? No, not that. We've got a new development roadmap to announce, and I wanted to ask if you wanted to help us premiere it.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure.
You scared me. I thought I was getting called.
Why me?
Well, let's start at the very top then.
Actually, Ben, you know what? Stop. But Ben, don't answer that. I'll do it. Welcome to the new Marvel Snap development roadmap for October 2024. Hello everyone, it's Guest Gaming here. Listen, we've got new features, we've got new rewards, we've got new game modes, we've got so much to talk about, so let's get right to it. As early as this week, Marvel Snap has 2 incredible brand new additions coming to the game, the Collector's Vault and High Voltage. So let's start with showcasing High Voltage, the newest and fastest game mode to ever come to Marvel Snap. It only has 3 turns, insane replayability, no snaps, and it won't make your legs go numb. Every game you start with 2 cards and draw 2 cards at the beginning of each turn. You'll see the new energy counter randomizing energy below, always between 2 to 5 energies. The total max energy per turn compounds throughout all 3 turns. Your opponent and you will have the same energy maximum. Some games you'll use as low as 6 energies over 3 turns, and others you'll use 15. If you win 20 volts, which get added to your rewards track on the homepage. Using these rewards and the rewards from the missions, you can progress up the rewards track and unlock things like credits, a red neon border, an Iron Man variant, and an avatar plus the new card, Agony. Agony is an unlockable 1-cost, 2-power Series 4 card from the High Voltage rewards track that reads, after you play a card here, merge this with it. High Voltage and Agony release this.
Look. So we do have the refill. So you can't just full send it? I guess there's some kind of currency. Oh, it's refill for the missions. You get an extra surge. But it's like an extra set of like daily missions. So you get extra energy. He said it compounds. And so like if I skip on turn 2, on turn 3, do I keep my 9? Is that what that means?
Week. So get ready to get shocked.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be around for about a week.
Collector's Vault. Have you ever been in the middle of a match and playing someone that has a really cool variant, only to find out later that it's long gone from the past? Now you have the chance to access previously released bundle variants in the brand new Collector's Vault. Each vault has 6 cards, with each variant rated with a collector's quality: amazing, sensational, and exquisite. Each player's shop makeup will be a mixture of these 3 ratings of cards. This section will come and go periodically and randomly add different variants from years past. If your shop does not have an exquisite card, the next time the Collector's Vault comes around, you will be guaranteed at least 1 in that next appearance. Log in and see what's inside your Collector's Vault.
I'm never super excited about
the vault doors are going to open for the very first time here in Marvel Snap on October 18th. Speaking of this week, to celebrate the 2nd anniversary of Marvel Snap, we're getting login rewards, we're getting a community voted variant once again, we're getting a special birthday bundle, and everybody's favorite, Twitch drops. We'll also be celebrating with the finals of our first ever Marvel Snap Creators Gauntlet. The next one is kind of near and dear to my heart. Deadpool's Diner comes back, but this time with a cornucopia of bubs. So put on your sweatpants and get ready to give maximum effort, because Deadpool's Diner returns this November. While this is all exciting and happening in the really soon, what about the kind of soon? In development. Based on your feedback, they prioritized character mastery and moved it way up the timeline. Your voice matters. So now you're going to be able to show off your favorite characters with all new and exclusive flares and finishes based on your progression through the track. And yes, all of your current collection applies retroactively. So if you have a bajillion splits and variants of Thanos, they're all going to apply to the rewards track on launch. Not gonna lie, that's pretty cool. The Season Pass has always been one of the best offerings in Marvel Snap, and now with the newly reimagined Super Premium Season Pass, well, there's gonna be even more coming. Now, this will also be something that's rolled out in multiple phases, but that only means the value is going to also continue to grow. What about new game modes? Well,
Wait,
after talking with the team, I'm
did they
happy
say
to
anything
report
about what the
that
Super
there
Premium
is
was?
another limited time game modes. Value is going to also continue, something that's rolled out in multiple phases, but that only means the value is going to also continue to grow. What about new game modes? Well,
Game
after
mode
talking with
super,
the team, I'm
okay.
happy to report that there is another limited time game mode already in play tests that will be out early next year. So get ready for it, because it's going to be an iconic moment in Marvel Snap. And speaking of game modes, I know what you're thinking. Is draft mode still a thing? Yes. Yes, it is. And the team is still actively developing the right way to snapify, if you will, the game mode, which is a great challenge in and of itself. But for now, while they're on that journey to find the fun, they've asked for our patience as they go through the development process of the if and the how they can properly execute on the idea of delivering one of the most requested features in Marvel Snap. Additionally, the team is concepting new alliance features, new cosmetics, and more ways to enjoy the game. So stay tuned for an exciting 2025 and beyond. Me personally, I'm most excited for character mastery, so I want to ask you, what character do you think you have the most progression on already in your collection? Let us know down in the comments below. Thank
Well, it's kind of a tricky spot. I don't know at this point what gets me excited enough to really bring that hype. But it feels like every time we have an update, it's 3 pay more. 1 kind of snuck in. This will kind of be cool for most players. So like the high voltage, I think is going to be fun, but it's also a limited time. Character mastery will be pretty cool, just as a way to kind of show off the extra flair for those cards that you really focused on. But it's like to extract those like 2 pieces that I think are probably the coolest for the majority of people. It's surrounded in 7 other ways to spend money. So nothing new and nothing for certain. Yeah, we don't have a timeline on a draft mode. Right now it's just limited game modes, which I think are they're fun for a bit and kind of a change of pace. But they're just that, they're limited. And so I can get the YouTube link for the video. That's the developer update. I like how TLSG starts to cough while talking about new things. Yeah. Yeah, I think there needs to be... I don't know. I don't know what generates that like big hype back again. So high voltage is cool, but it's around for a week, maybe 2. And then it's back to your normal snap. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm excited about high voltage. I'm excited about character mastery, about the potential for draft mode. But the paid stuff is never what like drew me in. It's nice whenever, you know, I had extra and it was something cool. But it feels like more and more it's very heavily focused on. Or like, it was always focused on, but it feels like very much in your face now. So kind of like the mobile games, whenever you load it up and there's like 6 pop-ups of buy this. You click X and then it's like, okay, then buy this. I fear that's the direction we're going into. Yeah, so and I think the Super Premium Battle Pass could be cool. So, like, let's say that it doubles down on the rewards that are here. It just feels kind of silly to roll it out without, like, a set idea in mind. So let's say it's double the price, but you get a second track that has, like, 500 credits and 1,000 credits or something to be worth the extra payment. Maybe that can help a lot of players with that early progression. You're paying more up front to get faster progression, or tokens. Yeah, tokens could be good as an include on there as well. but it feels kind of silly to roll out this new super pass, but we don't know what it's going to include. So it's really hard to get hyped around it if the rewards could be bad. The second track should be full of S3 cards for newer players. Yeah, something like that could be cool for like those that are coming in. It would incentivize paying a little bit earlier and getting people like up to speed. Maybe it could be good, but without any details, it's really tough to like know. Will the vault sections refresh daily? So they said the vault sections will refresh periodically. It's going to come and go, kind of like your vibranium offers. They didn't exclusively like compare it to that, but I think it's very similar to the vibranium offers, where it just kind of comes and goes. Nothing new. I do like this Miles variant. With the shots in the background. But otherwise, nothing new there. I'll collect my credits and my gold. First time here. How do you do? Glassran, I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well as well. We just had a development roadmap update. And I don't know. So I feel like whenever the game was launching, they did a really good job of like hyping up all of the features and hyping up all of the things. And it feels like somewhere along the lines, the ability to generate hype has kind of just like sizzled. And so there's some cool changes. There's also some not so cool changes. But overall, like I think it's maybe the lack of details. I don't know. The lack of details on what's rolling out maybe makes it feel less like tangible, or like you can't really feel what that impact is going to be as much. Said the biggest deck builders mean they're selling deck slots. They might. That's a good call, Heek. I know that's a feature that has been requested in the past, so they very well might be. Yeah, and with snap packs being data mined, I was hoping that we would see something like around the 2-year anniversary of like a re-envisioned card acquisition, but unfortunately we we have not. All right, let's go. I guess both Spider-Ham and Korg, or yeah, Korg and Spider-Ham. We have our Cassandra Nova that gets really big really fast.
I found a rock.
Off the roadmap, no mention of series drops. Yeah, yep. Those things that would be like big wins for new players. Like I feel like I would get really hyped if they had even included something like updated new and returning player experience or feature. But haven't. Save Cassandra for the last turn. We could, but it sometimes makes getting Hawk out a little tricky too. And they played Loki on 1, so the chances of them having like those counter cards are a little bit lower. Turn 1 Loki's nasty work. Yeah, it is indeed. And then flying, you said, I love the gameplay of Snap, but hey, the acquisition model quit last year and still haven't found a reason to start playing again. Yeah, I really wish there was like something out there that generated that buzz or that initial feel. I remember around the first time I heard about Snap, it was like really hyped up about the gameplay and about this experience, and we just haven't really gotten much new since then. But yeah, some kind of refocus on card acquisition, or even just the new and returning player experience. Series drops don't really help new players. Series 3 does take quite a while to build up to. Did they just remove card acquisition improvements from the roadmap now? Yeah, it wasn't listed on, or it wasn't listed or mentioned on the roadmap at all. So definitely very scary. be able to put Series 3 cards on a bundle to like help progress it earlier. So Hawk to the right makes us susceptible to, I guess, Shang-Chi if they had it early. Could do Hawk left. And then depending on if we drop priority or not, maybe we position a Phoenix Force in case they do drop a Shang-Chi. Scene? Oh, thank you. They really need to make Series 3.5 and drop a lot of Series 4 to it. I feel like where it really started kind of faltering or feeling kind of bad was when we stopped having as consistent drops. Because then it makes those cards that were hard to acquire before feel incredibly hard to acquire. So nothing that we can use to destroy a card. They're locked in here, but an extra 4 over here doesn't do it with the double Doom bots. And that's not going to do it. So we'll retreat out of this one.
Escape.
Funny how they're not putting any newer season pass cards in spotlight caches. Yeah. They typically come back. Like I think Namora was. Oh wait, that's not a season pass card. Yeah, so I think it usually takes a couple months before they. Phoenix Force gonna revive? Nothing in this game. We have in the deck 2 ways to trigger Phoenix Force. One in the Misery, one in Nico. The Misery is the most consistent one that we have. More than a couple months? Yeah. Flying, you said, even if I saw one of your videos and wanted to play with a new deck, I'm so far behind on acquisition. There's no telling when I'd even have the chance to get the new cards. Yeah, that definitely is a big part of the feel bad of the game. And then Last of the Jedi, let's focus on the good. Yeah, the good, we have the high voltage. Super excited about being able to interact and play around with that mode. And then Deadpool Diner, I actually didn't mind Deadpool Diner whenever it was out. So definitely a win there. So we could go Black Widow into Misery. Either that or maybe we go Cassandra Nova. But I think Black Widow's the play we go with. Character Mastery. Character Mastery, depending on what their track for it looks like, I think is super exciting too. Alright, so we have Misery. Either that or like a Cassandra plus Grandmaster, but I think Misery is probably the direction we go. I don't really like the idea of Collector's Vault. I don't either.
Taking aim.
I'm not a big fan of it. It's just like an additional variant shop, kind of what it seems like. Yeah, we saw some of the track, like the emotes, the flares. I don't think they're gonna put any like progression currency there, but if they did, it would be nice. So right now we have both Hood and Black Widow that have been destroyed. Go with this for now. Collector's token should be added to the season pass ages ago. That would be nice. And maybe it's added to the super mega. I'm not sure what they called it. The super premium pass, super mega important one. Maybe those are added there. Whew, that is a lot of Widow's Bites. So let's see. We have the demon over here. They don't have Hit Monkey because we hit it with our Spider Ham. I think it's Hawk, Org, Sandra, admin. Maybe just leave the left as is.
Victory.
I feel like it's just the number of splits you have on a card. If it's just the number of splits, that makes me feel a little bit bad. From a character mastery, what I would really like to see would be like win X number of games with blah, 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 or do X number of things, destroy 1,000 cards with misery. Something that will really show like, hey, I play this card a lot, and give you like a reason to like try to make it work. But yeah, I think it probably goes along the lines of like splits and variants though. But it is time for a quick set of ads. We're going to come back and we're going to restart the positive vibes with the game that we love. And then we'll we'll be right back in just a minute and a half. Don't go anywhere, you guys. Glitter Pow Pow, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. And then Last of the Jedi, you won your league. Never thought I'd see the day. I got second in mine. Did I freeze? No, no. I was reading. I was reading something on the Discord while we were running ads. No, I didn't freeze. I got second in my league. I decided to not push for any higher than that. I just kind of went with what I could get. And decided there was like maybe 1,000 point gap between the two. And I just I was comfortable in second. Next up we have Yo Woody, back to his normal name. Unless the super premium pass includes tokens or spotlight keys. They're kind of missing the mark in terms of card acquisition. Yeah. You didn't even join one? You had a busy weekend? Well, hopefully it was a good weekend, Boosty. Yeah, I only missed out on one black border. What I mainly wanted was to make sure that I had the variants, the Moon Girl and Devil Dino one. And then after that, the borders were just a nice bonus. Go ahead and skip. We'll do probably Black Widow into Misery to Phoenix Force. Card do you have more boosters for? Ooh, I don't know. It's a tricky. That's a tricky one. I don't know which one I have the most for. I know I had a whole bunch for Sunspot at one point. Probably Agatha. I think Agatha's always the go-to answer since she steals all of the boosters anytime she's played. I don't think I have that many for Shang-Chi. I don't even bother with leagues anymore. I play so much, it's wild. I am people. I typically do play on the ridiculous end of the amount of games because I enjoy the game. So whenever I'm like feeling out of meta, I like to experiment with like all of the different things that are floating around. So they have a Cosmo, right? Cosmo to stop this from triggering. Otherwise, it's Misery. But the snap tells me probably not. Ooh, okay. Stegron. Stegron's fine too. So wait, Agatha takes all the boosters? Yeah, no, she takes all of the boosters anytime she's... Or in any game where she's played, she steals all the boosters. And so not a single destroy on Nico. Yeah, we're gonna have to jet out of this one, unfortunately. Otherwise, best case scenario, that's 28 over here. We'd have to compete here and here, and I just don't think we can do it. My collection level is 3,000. How much behind am I? I mean, you're at 3,000. You have a pretty decent base. You should have a decent amount of like Series 4 cards, Series 5 cards, and so like from collection complete, yeah, definitely very far behind. But from getting enough pieces to be able to do like good things each game, I think you're definitely within. You're getting there. If you have enough pieces to make, you won't be able to build every deck, but you'll be able to build at least a handful of viable decks during whatever patch it is. Surely my league of build content creators. I think a lot of people still play a lot because it is still fun. It's just, I think for those that have been playing consistently since its release, I think if you've been playing that much since it came out, so like Jeff, for example, I understand if he's kind of burnt out of the game because he's been streaming it non-stop since it launched, and so it would only make sense that he's probably pretty excited about Pokemon Pocket. Colonel's Arc is going to be an interesting one. Retrigger Grandmaster, but I think we do something like this. Black Widow. Ooh, wait. No. Let's play the Spider Ham away from the left lane because we're going to lose the left lane. Something like this. We'll do Black Widow left next turn into Misery. Remember when 3,500 was kind of a breaking point of collection complete? I remember. I remember now. I remember when that was like... Yeah, that was when you could have all the pull 3 cards. Now it's very, very far away from that point.
The throne.
Hey, Killmonger is okay. With the Dazzler, I'm assuming they maybe are running like a Patriot Ultron list. But we're going to make sure that they're not able to draw. So we'll go Misery. We'll double it up because it makes no difference. And then probably double Hawk. He said we're old. We're old. In terms of the game, indeed.
Victory.
Is the play lines in this deck good? If not too much to ask, can you say like 3 lines? Yeah, line. So the play lines in this deck are typically going to be your disruption. It's very disrupt heavy. Being able to do like a Korg, whatever, Rock Slide, Misery adds a lot of rocks to the deck. We have the Disrupt of the Iceman, which is kind of an underutilized tech pool. We have Grandmaster, so if we don't have Misery, being able to re-trigger like a Cassandra Nova, a Black Widow, a Rock Slide with Grandmaster can be a huge like tempo swing for you. With Misery, if we destroy Cassandra Nova, we can always resummon it with Phoenix Force and it'll trigger 3 times, being a huge Cassandra Nova that you can have that mobile presence on. We have Black Widow, which stops them from drawing. And with all of our disrupt stuff, Hawk usually gets to be like 19-ish, I would say. And there's also kind of an interesting, it's obscure, it's not as common, but you can go, like your normal cards, you can play Phoenix Force on 4, and then Misery on 5. If you hadn't destroyed anything before Misery was played, or before Phoenix Force was played, Misery will re-trigger Phoenix Force. It'll transform, and Misery won't destroy it. And so there's a couple of cool ways to use the Phoenix Force interaction with this build. Said after over there, my best decks have been Zabu, Ghost Spider, Sarah. I did run a Zabu like Sarah control, and my biggest issue with Sarah control is that a lot of the games that you lose, you have lines that you could have won. It's just about being able to read the opponent, which can be really tiring. It's a lot harder for me to slam like 30 games of Sarah control and play those well, versus just run something that pushes out like incredibly high power output most every game for those however many games they would be. I kind of think we go like Demon. No, I guess Rock Slide would be next. We want to fill this left lane if we can. I guess we can do this. We can do Demon Nico. Throw a Rock Slide on 3. We fill it up. We get the extra energy from the White Hot Room. Low collection level player? Yeah, very low collection level player. Let's go Rock Slide. It moves over into Sakar. They're running full move, which is a little bit scary, especially for this left lane. So like if they have the Heimdall shift, could be problematic.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Just send our hand. I feel like that's probably great. We're gonna give it a shot anyways. Pulling into a Misery, depending on what Grandmaster hits, could be decent.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
Hawk is always going to be pretty good. Black Widow, I think, would be great. There's our Hawk. Why is the car green? I don't know. That's always the way that it looks on mine. In one of the patches, they like, I don't know. I think they messed it up. I think they messed it up for some of the people. So this triggers those two, so not great. This triggers these two, which I think is probably fine. Maybe not. I just now noticed that it does a little blood splatter on those that it's gonna destroy. I feel like we can't really lose anymore in the right lane, or like we can't afford to lose anymore in the right lane. Skip.
I want the throne.
Well, the skip was not the answer. I guess with a Misery, we would have that extra +2 over what was there. Grandmaster would have been in mid anyways. Yeah. We could have won that one had we played Misery right. Mid Phoenix. Ooh, if we just played Misery mid to reproc these two. To reproc the Rock Slide as well, right? Oh, in the web shop? I always just get boosters from that thing anyways. I feel like I lose more games to low collection level players than I do to high level players. And then Austin, you said Phoenix Force the tech. So Phoenix Force works in some pretty interesting ways with Misery. Like if you don't have any cards destroyed, you have a Black Widow and you play Phoenix Force on top of it on 4, and then on 5 you throw down Misery. It will destroy the Black Widow, re-trigger Phoenix Force, but before it destroys Phoenix Force, it transforms into a different card. And so the Phoenix Force card remains. And then it finishes resolving. You can also do the like Cassandra Nova into Misery, into Phoenix Force, which will be 3 triggers for Cassandra Nova, which can be pretty detrimental. Always play all your cards? Yeah. Yeah, but that one was gonna lose us. I guess it would have only gained us +1 had everything else been consistent. That's unfortunate. All right, let's go let's go Cassandra Nova. Re-trigger again with Misery. Lower the power of all their cards.
Opponent snapped.
Uh-oh. A little scary. I think Butt was running Mystique, though. So Hawk into Mystique, I think, is the direction they go. Mystiquing a Cosmo is also crazy work too. And then Ludicrous, the Ludicrous. Said, thanks for being such a calm, cool, and collected streamer. I find a lot of other Snap streamers seem very toxic, and I honestly can't sit watching through the negativity. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think we all showed up to watch or to stream Snap because we really enjoy the game. And so, like, if somebody's running Arisham, I'm not gonna like dog on them for running a deck or a card that's in the game. And then if there's a change that I don't necessarily care about, I don't mind bringing it up that I don't like it. But then, you know, we might as well not dwell on it and move on. And so I just appreciate you guys being here. I wouldn't be able to do what I love to do if it wasn't for the support of all of you. You said you hated streamers until you found TLSG. Thank you so much, Ploblor. We do have a lot of good streamers out there, though. But I'm
I found the rock.
I'm happy that you do enjoy my stream. The really cocky one's cursing me if I ever catch him in New York. Catching his fade. Ooh, unemployed Swiggy. These are some locations. Maybe Brock Slide? Only get frustrated on things in your control. Yeah. If they play this and they have the acid arrow, we'll lose. But there's only so much that we can control that. These locations are kind of rough. Grandmaster would have been great. Misery would have been fantastic. Either one of those would be what we were looking for. So we're going to give them a chance to clog us up. I think it's better than just like throwing a Hail Mary over there. Hit him 46. I don't need a 20-year-old being toxic about a card game. Yeah. Yeah, we're all here because we enjoyed Snap, at least to an extent. And so we might as well be able to be here to enjoy it. I think we lose this one. Next turn, maybe we go Misery if we draw it. If not, it's like Black Widow and a 0-power Cassandra Nova. All right, so it is the Cassandra, it is the Misery. So this looks like the Agent Venom deck. So they have a claw that they can use in the left lane, but then they wouldn't win nowhere.
Hey,
I feel like we might
welcome.
have a
It took you
chance
long
here.
enough.
I don't think their deck runs very many Crimson Cosmos type cards. Just Claw to reach it. But if they sacrifice the Claw here, they only have a 1-cost card at most. Yeah.
Victory.
I hated TLSG Snap until I found other streamers. Now I hate TLSG Snap just a little tiny bit less. Mike.tv, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. Hopefully you had a good weekend. And then the Ludicrous, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 1 month. I appreciate having you here. Hopefully you continue to enjoy the streams. And I did just switch over to full time, and so I'm gonna be streaming. It may not be like a full 5 days a week. It just kind of depends on like where the game's at. But it offers the flexibility for me to like really double down whenever there's drops happening, and do like 12 or more hour streams and just really focus on like the new release stuff and making sure I'm here to cover it. I was here when you hit the quit your job goal. Huge, Ludicrous. So let's go Spider-Ham left. Wait a second. In the last roadmap, wasn't card acquisition improvements listed as concept? I think so. I think it was. I bet we can pull it up. I'm sure that's something that is trackable. Map in game updates or game news. Okay, the last one was 6-8. Yep, they sure did. They had draft mode, alliance competitions, and card acquisition improvements in. Yeah. And Technosis, welcome in. Then Mike Dodd, I hope you had a great weekend too. Thanksgiving Day in Canada. That's what I've been hearing. I didn't know that until now, but it is nice to know that. But I'm thankful for TLSG, but you're not at the top of my thankful list. I mean, all that I can ask is that I was included. So I'm not mad. I'm not mad about it. We can go Cassandra Nova. If we need to invest heavier in the left, maybe it's Cassandra Nova. And also like a Nico. I think that's probably okay.
Opponent snapped.
Maybe I was wrong. With Hazmat, Quicksilver, and the Hammed Jeff, I think. I don't know. We'll see. And then Super Tech God, long time no see. Hopefully you're doing well.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
We have the lead in the left by 1 right now. And then Mike.tv, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here. I think I'm going to change the right lane and send them another Widow's Bite in mid so they can't draw again. I didn't want to give it to you. I understand, Mike Dot. Wait. Oh, why was I? Oh, why was I? Oh no. I was thinking it was locked down. I thought it turned closed after 4 for some reason. My bad. We didn't have a good finisher, anyways. Run away.
Escape.
I'm doing well, Super Tech God. Did you see the development roadmap? Or I guess, are you also interested in Pokemon Pocket? Because I feel like a good chunk of Snap is at least tentatively looking at Pokemon Pocket to see if it's something that's fun. Yeah, I thought Guest did a really good job on the presentation of it. I just wish there was, for some of the stuff, I wish there was more details. So like it's hard for me to get behind a paid premium pass if I have no idea what's included. I can't wait to play Pocket. I probably won't be focusing on battles, just card collecting. Yes, but so with Pokemon Pocket, I've heard you can get collection complete around maybe 250, 300 packs ish. And so even if you just do your 2 a day, that's only 6 months to complete the expansion without any kind of payment or anything. And so like I don't know what they do to like hook the people long term. He said Pocket isn't releasing here because the gacha mechanic is banned. Oh, Krauser. Hopefully it's not. I guess for you, hopefully it's not as popular as it might become. But that is kind of rough. Super Premium Pass, yeah. Yeah, the Super Premium Pass and the details that they gave on it were super lackluster. It's Pokemon, it'll be popular. Yeah. I just wish that, or I hope that they shift the focus a little more onto the battle side of it. Because as a card game player, the collecting is like, that's the secondary for me. The most important for me is like the battling system and like being able to engage with something. Same reason I played like Hearthstone and Legends of Runeterra, because I really enjoyed the engaging battle system. So hopefully they put something in place, which I think they will. I guess only time will tell. And battling in Snap is more. Oh, I missed the ads. Then battling in Snap is more exciting. That's true. I just want the daily dose of dopamine from opening packs is all. But as somebody that moved to New Zealand to download the game, the opening pack starts feeling kind of bad after a while, because you're just, I always assume that it's going to be bad, and so it feels like very infrequently does it surprise me with something better. So the right lane is probably a loss lane. Hawk in mid could potentially win that one for us. Could also go like Rock, Grandmaster. I kind of like that. Rock, Grandmaster onto the Rock side here. Play a demon left. Next turn would be another demon plus Hawk in mid. So that's where the dopamine comes in when it's good though. Yeah, I could see that. So a small, measly 11 cards left in hand. I mean, we might be able to win right lane. They can only play 2 cards. I feel like it's probably safer to do this instead.
Victory.
So the top reason I'm looking forward to the game is just opening up and ripping the card packs. Okay, so maybe I didn't fall into that demographic or that line, but I do know that like physical Pokemon trading card packs, like and opening those is a really big deal. It's something that a lot of people get behind. So maybe I'm overlooking something. If one is Killmonger, that's true. Just missing that new card smell. Okay, so I guess I haven't played any physical card games since Yu-Gi-Oh! But I did used to have like that dopamine whenever I would buy like, I would save up for a week or two and buy like 5 packs. Yeah, and then I would open them up and just be hoping for whatever piece I was missing to build the deck. Okay, I guess I put that in the back of my mind because it can get so bad so fast. And I usually try to live pretty frugally. But with something like that, I just want to like, I start like justifying it. I can afford a little bit more. I can get another one here. I collect Magic in IRL and I like Pokemon art, but their cards are so incredibly expensive. They are. Actually, I thought Magic, the Gathering cards or like new in decks were on the more expensive side of things. I thought Pokemon to get a pretty cohesive deck, like if you just like bought the pieces, was pretty cheap. But Magic, I thought it was pretty expensive to buy like the competitive stuff. I've never played it, so I could very well be wrong. I haven't played Magic. I've played Pokemon before. Okay, so you said with Magic, it's just cards that are good for play that go up in value? Whereas in Pokemon, it's the fancy-looking ones that are expensive. Gotcha. That makes sense. Let's go ahead and Misery. We're going to send them another Widow's Bite. We're going to send them another Korg. Might want to save that Misery.
I found the rook.
Too late, we ripped it. I did like the idea of saving Misery to use on Hood, like Hood plus Misery next turn.
I want the throne.
So... why didn't he play it mid? Skier said, Super Premium Pass, what is that? Don't know. We just know that it... I'm assuming it's a new, like, track, so you'll have the Premium Pass track, and then, like, the Premium Plus track, which gives you additional rewards, but we don't really know exactly what those will be. Hood Grandmaster is beautiful. Hood Grandmaster? Could also do, I was going to say maybe Hood mid. Ah, this line is beautiful. I agree. I like that one much better. I was trying to figure out what you guys were talking about. So they played the second one mid. I think they corrected their mistake. They got the death down. There you go. Thank you, Laserox. It took an army, but we got there. Wow. So double up in the left lane. Running a Death and Hawk deck, which is kind of crazy. Most we can go is 12. As long as they have more than 3 and they win the right, I think it's a cope stay. I don't think we can do it. I've been playing so much Monopoly Go because of you. Bot itch. Me too. I think I'm on board. I want to say like 14, something crazy. Because whenever you get on a good roll, it's just so hard to put it down. So I think it's something like board 14. I was way too hooked on Monopoly Go for months. It is one that can be super hard to put down. I hope they make a super premium pass to the max edition, so I can pay 3 times the normal season pass for 3 times the awards. Yeah, Skier. That's what I'm kind of hoping is the direction they go with it. So right now, the regular premium pass is the like most value you can get out of buying anything in the game. And so I'm hoping that they go with the direction of like, if you pay 3 times the amount, you get 3 times the awards of everything else in the pass or whatever that looks like. That way you can really, I'd be able to justify it at that point. I always, actually, no, this is a, I like this line a lot. Do you play Invisible G2G? What's G2G? I'm guessing probably not, but so we can do Phoenix Force here. That opens up the door for Hood plus Misery next turn. Since we haven't destroyed anything, we'll re-trigger Phoenix Force and it'll live next turn. So I like this line a lot as long as it doesn't get blocked.
I am the Sorcerer Supreme.
I think they put the premium pass in the roadmap because it would be data mined tomorrow. Anyways, yeah, you may be right. So either double Hood or double Iceman. We'd only be able to play one of the demons anyways. Maybe we can hit them with a little disruption. Let's go with this. Guarding the Globe. So I haven't played that one. Is it from the Invisible show on Prime? Because if so, I watched that show and I really enjoyed it. But I haven't played any games for it. So many rocks getting shuffled in.
All systems go.
And then the rock slide survives, which is a really cool line, and it allows you to do like your demon plus or your Hood plus whatever if you want to. But it still becomes an issue of I think from here. Whoa, the Phoenix Force tech? Yeah, it's the Phoenix Force tech. I like it. The first time I saw it was on Untapped, but the first person that I've seen like really rocking it was a user named Jet. The longest time I thought their name was Jeet. I was wrong. But maybe we can survive with this. I just don't know. He said it's not as fun as Snap, just a lot newer. Moving rock slide. Sounds very, very global warming. It does. Like it's a mobile rock slide. I think we lose this one because I think they leave the vulture. Yeah. Oh, and they sniped out our hawk as well. So a rock slide move mid, hawk right, I think could have done it. That's all right. Favorite show of all time? Ooh, that's a tough one. Because growing up, I don't know. Even growing up, I don't know that I had a favorite one. Growing up, some of my favorites were Dragon Ball Z. I was always super excited to get home from school to catch it on Toonami. I really enjoyed. I woke up early every weekend to watch Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh when those were still when they were still airing. I liked Digimon a lot. I actually liked the show for Digimon a little bit better than Pokemon, I think. And then another super obscure like monster collector one was called Monster Rancher. Loved Monster Rancher, but it was one that never got super popular. But I really liked the characters and like the storyline of it. And then I am due. I think we're similar age. We might be due. I'm 32. I think I'm 32. Either 32 or 33. What's the Phoenix Force tech? So Phoenix Force is just a good way to like resummon. So like, let's say we had Phoenix Force in hand. If we haven't destroyed anything, we'd be able to play Phoenix Force here into a Misery. It'll destroy here and then leaves the Phoenix Forced card in place. Doesn't happen all that often. A lot of times it's more so just like resummon something, but it can be have some like kind of cool directions for sure. Go Rock Slide. We're eventually going to go Spider Ham and hope to hit like their Mystique or their Hawk. Shout out early 30s, gang. Yep, we're right around the same age. And then Unemployed said, you said TLSG the new DBZ anime. Ooh, is it? So I know that Dragon Ball Z Super was out. I never didn't get behind that one, or I hadn't got behind that one. Just it didn't. So once they went to GT after Dragon Ball Z, I lost my. It didn't feel like it had the same kind of spark, and so then I never even gave Super a try. Technosis said Monster Rancher was real good. I'll fight someone if they say otherwise. I agree, but most people don't know, hadn't heard of it, or it just wasn't as popular as like Pokemon or Digimon. But I think I enjoyed it more. I think we're cooked on this one. All of our cards are like super low power. We could go Hawk this turn, but then that gives them the like specific lane that we're gonna have that power in, so I don't really care for that. Monster Rancher games. I love the Monster Rancher games as well. The PlayStation ones where you used to put the discs in. I used to go around and I was digging through my dad's old like CDs and stuff to be able to see like what monsters I could summon. I thought it was a really unique design choice, especially for during that time. It doesn't work as well now with so much being digital, but back then I thought it was a really cool like way to incentivize. Wait, what?
Victory.
We'll take it. Maybe they de-seed. I don't know. Sometimes we'll take some good luck. Not sure why we won that one, but we did. Which one dropped? Would you replace Ham with? I would say Sable, but I mean you're not likely to have Sable. Maybe Rocket. Rocket could be okay. You might even increase the curve a little bit and go something like Shadow King. Shadow King could help in like all the scaling that we're seeing. Yeah, I think there's just really Echo. Echo might be good. Turns off Cosmo, turns off Iron Man, Hawk. Echo might not be a bad call. I remember my dad's John Mellencamp CD giving me Worm, which was my favorite. Yeah, and then it was one that were like, I made sure to like I had like a notebook where I wrote down the monsters that I liked and which CDs they came from. So like when it died, I could get another one. And I played one of the games I played the most when I was young was Digimon World 2. It was kind of like a roguelike dungeon crawler with the aspect of like leveling up and training your Digimon. But I maxed out the timer on that one. It stopped counting time after 99 hours. World 2, yeah, I loved World 2. After I was older, I appreciated World 1, like the original Digimon World, more. But it was a little too complex for me whenever I was young to be able to like really like do well with. So later on, I appreciated World better, but Digimon World 2, I think, was great. That, and I think it was Final Fantasy 5? I think it was 5. I played that one an awful lot too. Really don't like Mindscape here. Could always do something like this. We're just looking to like downplay the cards that we have in hand. If we did this, we would hope that it hit Black Widow and not the Hood. We could also make sure that it double hits the Korg instead. A little bit safer, I think. Final Fantasy 6? Maybe it was Final Fantasy 6. It was the one with like the crystals that let you dictate how your party was built. I think it was the one of the first ones that had that kind of team building system where you could kind of switch their specialization or focus, so any of them could have been anything. Sounds like 5. Yeah, I think did 6 start with like the snow with and you were in like the mech suits? Because I struggled with that one. I should have played the Demon of Panopticon. So there is a reason, but it's not a very good one. The reason was I was distracted. So not a good reason by any means. We could downplay the cards in hand. Misery, Iceman. Hope that Grand Central pulls into our Hawk here. Then Pablo, hope you enjoy the baseball game, and hopefully we'll catch you around on the next one. Yeah, Demon mid would have been a better play for sure. Beautiful, never punished. Final Fantasy Tactics. Final Fantasy Tactics was another good one. That was one of the first ones where it was like trying to be like that 3D model, right? I know 7 was kind of like the first one that I can think of that had that, but I think Tactics was very, very similar in that regard. So they gave us no cards. Food. You in the right lane. I'm kicking myself for not having Demon mid. Gave them Rock Slide, which was 3. They probably played in Panopticon. Let's give Phoenix Force a shot left.
I found the rock.
Oh, so close.
Victory.
I guess it would have been a tie if we hit Spider Ham, and then we would have won the point differential. So it didn't matter what we resummoned there. They were all good. This deck is doing really, really well. Jet's definitely onto something. This one, we're 11-7 right now. And even with kind of like some suboptimal games, we're 61% win rate right now. All right, so next up we have Dusty. Let's go ahead and hood over into Hotel Inferno. My new favorite deck. Yeah, I've been enjoying it quite a bit. Quite a bit more than I thought I would. I thought it would feel kind of clunky without having like a really good in-game line. But it hasn't felt too bad. We actually probably shouldn't have played into Hotel Inferno, since one of our primary goals is to build up the number of cards in their deck. Just today I was thinking of replaying Tactics A2 for the 1000th time.
This land can
Never go wrong with it. Okay, 2099 and Ghost Spider. Use that to snipe out one of their cards. Go Black Widow. We could go Black Widow. If we draw Misery, we could go Black Widow Phoenix Force into the Misery turn 5. Miniaturized Lab is quite bad for move. True. Especially being in the middle. There's a 50-50 chance now that they pulled our Misery. I don't know that I want to set it up. I don't know that I want to set it up with the Phoenix Force line. Oh, Phoenix Force brings back Iceman. That's true. So we can't even set it up. Now we can't do it at all. Oh, that was a rude Cosmo. They are stuck in the right lane, though. Are they setting up a Heimdall? Or attempting to set up a Heimdall? I like it. Ghost Spider the Cord, re-trigger it. Destroy all of these. Wooglin, he said, hey TLSG, just picked up Snap this season. And I feel like, oh, and your YouTube has been a huge help. I was going to say, I feel like you accidentally hit enter. But I'm so glad that, one, that you're here. Hopefully you're enjoying it. I want to revisit the, like the I Played 4 series at some point. I just haven't been able to quite yet.
Opponent snapped.
But hopefully at some point I can pick it back up. Was definitely one of my favorites. So do we think they have Heimdall? No, right? If so, then this is huge. They would have to do it here. Nothing pushes over to the left, and so we would still win the left lane. Yeah, pretty easy. Oh wait, the Aranya. Not expecting the Aranya. Not easy. Just kidding. That's all right. It is time for a quick set of ads. We're going to jump over into those, and then we'll jump back with a little bit more of this deck. Are you planning on releasing other types of videos? Possibly, but it kind of gets tricky, especially with streaming, because a lot of times the other or variety type of content that releases doesn't perform as well as my normal deck spotlight, and it's much more like time intensive to be able to edit and like set up and record for. So I'm always keeping the option open, but I don't know. So let's do this. Gamma Lab, I'm not a big fan of stacking heavily into Gamma Lab. But if they have more cards than we do there, we lose to a Heimdall shift. Also possibly, I've been kind of burnt out on the game. I was just making conversation. Oh no, Chris, you're no, you're okay. I want to, especially like the 30-day type videos. Those did really, really well. Or the first one that I did on the other channel did really well. But like the amount of time set up for it was ridiculous. So playing through a game typically takes like 40 hours or so, and then 40 to 50 hours just for recording, and then editing and scripting and everything took about another like or something. So I really enjoyed setting those up. But like the last few that I released definitely didn't warrant that much the effort that was put into it. And so it's hard to continue to spend that extra time when I could just stream, play the game that we enjoy, and then make more ultimately, and
Hey man, I'm cook.
not have the risk of like putting in the time and it not paying off. So do we think they have a Heimdall? I think that's the only thing that
I found a rock.
really scary here. They could also go, what, Infinite? They skipped? I don't know if they do, but I have one in my hand. Technosis. Scary, scary. Because they could just Infinite over here. But they swing this one back. And if so, this is the big brain play. But I feel like that's not likely. I feel like it's a risky play. But if I was them, I would Infinite over to the right. This goes up to 37. Actually, even the Hawk here doesn't win, does it? It goes up to 37. They would go up to 38. Plus an extra 1 on top of whatever we're getting from the Weir Island scale. We're going to jump out of this one. I wanted to stay, especially since we hit them with so many Black Widows. But I think with their snap into the Gamma Lab, their skip on 5 definitely feels iffy. I didn't get to play it. My multiple man was 20 power in 2 lanes. I mean, at that point, you had a dominant enough lead. I'm going to go ahead and skip on 1. We could play into Hotel Inferno, but we want to keep as many of their cards in their deck as possible. So I think Korg into probably Black Widow.
Hey, I found a rock.
To possibly Misery. In this case, with Krakoa, I'm going to go Cassandra Nova instead of the Black Widow. That way our top decked card is going to be +7 instead of +3. Take from them everything, leave them nothing. Some old king somewhere. I mean, it sounds right. It sounds real. All right, let's go Misery. I guess we probably don't want to re-trigger the Cassandra Nova with Misery. Never mind. I'm gonna go Iceman Spider-Ham. Or Iceman Black Widow. I'm gonna save the Spider-Ham for a little bit later on. The War Machine tells me they're probably a Legion deck. But they can also be running like Ebony Maw, Infinite. Could all not be bad. They didn't get to draw their increased power card. I feel like we Misery here. Misery plus Spider-Ham. That way we re-trigger the Black Widow. They won't draw again. And so then it's going to be just whatever they had after, I think, turn 4. Vision is scary. We'll take it. That one, if they moved Vision out of Krakoa, then they would be losing this lane. So that's why I was okay just playing into mid and then leaving it as that. But it's actually getting close to time for me to go pick up my son, pick up my daughter. And so we're actually going to wind down, find somebody to raid over into. So let me find someone real fast. Is there anyone that's online that you guys just really want to raid over to? If not, we have Dara online. I think he's back on human time. I know he was up super late last night, so I'd be curious to see. Yeah, it's either that or Sizer, but let's go Dara. We'll shoot you guys over to Dara. Then we'll be back again tomorrow for the new card release with Scorn and Bruise, and hopefully Scorn ends up surprising me a little bit. I'm going to brew probably 3 or 4 different builds and see if we can find one that really fits. So we'll send you guys over to Dara as long as he hasn't been live for too long. 34 minutes. Nah, so we're good. We'll send you over there. Thank you guys, as always, for the amazing stream. I wouldn't be able to do this without you. We're going to go ahead and jump over, and we will catch you again tomorrow. Thank you guys again. We're going to jump over now.